Hello! It's another stream. Another day, another stream. And this one is gonna be more eventful than the last one. We're gonna do some questing. My favorite fictional character is the Quest Sprout. And today I wanna prove it. I love the Quest Sprout. Quest! We found the invisible sword. Great job, sweetie. Yeehaw! This is the kind of quest I've been waiting for. Quest. Dude, this is what it feels like when you get carried. Me in every multiplayer game. Tales from the Orb. Quest Sprout is no longer my favorite fictional character. Oh. This is highly stylized. I feel like I should know this. Like, I recognize her, but I at the same time, I don't recognize her. You feel me? Yeah, this game... This is not unbeatable, is it? No. It's a rhythm game, though. Is it Rhythm Doctor? No. I don't recognize this character. I recognize this girl, but I don't recognize this character. Okay, I'm getting mind boomed. We just started the stream and I'm already mind boomed. Bit.trip presents ... Runner 2, Future Legend of Rhythm Alien. Wait, no. Bit.trip presents ... Runner 2. It's peak, I'm afraid. It doesn't even have a... Oh no, the trailer's at the end. Good stuff. You really messed everything. It's very positive. Huh? Gonna get a copyright struck for this. This is just a runner game. And it doesn't look like a particularly inspired one either. It's a Congregate game. Explains the stupid ass name. I must have played it on Congregate because I played a bunch of runner games there. I don't know what this is. I feel like I... Who the fuck is this? Okay, I don't know any of these characters. Is this a fighting game? It's old school musical. Dang. It's Yick. Oh my god, that's why. Fucking brother. Of course I recognize the girl. I forgot. God, Yick is not a good game. Well, they did remake it. Like a lot of... God, I do recognize the blonde guy now that you mention it. They basically fully remade it, but there's actually a Melee player who made an essay on original Yick. Running Shine.
Not to be such a jerk to your friends.
People really didn't like Alex. He was a constant complaint in many reviews, and I'm really not the biggest fan of him either. It's a big problem if your protagonist is almost universally disliked in your character-focused RPG. We're actually in a very
I love his accent. It works really well as a narration. But this did not give me hope for the game, but apparently they like fully remade it, so I can't really judge it after it's been largely improved. But the art style didn't feel like it was Yick, so that's my bad. As soon as I saw the main character, I got it, but that took way too long. This is real life. What's the name of that series? It's not Dead Island. It's not Dead. It's Dead Rising I'm thinking of. Oh my god, I can't believe I clocked Dead Rising just... Well, that's because you play... So in Dead Rising, the best one... I forget if I thought it was 4 of those the best one, but in the best one you play like 80% of the game in the mall, so... I just kind of assume that... Well, I can't get it wrong now. There's an exact amount, like... We just go backwards. Oh my god. Yeah, I thought I did the same one twice, but I didn't. Literally the last one. Literally this is fucked up. Dead Rising is a classic. Is this Germa? Maybe. He never said where he was in 2006. Huh. I don't know who uses a weapon like this. This could be like a rapier, or it could be a like baton type weapon. It could be like a bunch of different stuff. I don't know what they're doing. I recognize this, but I don't know from where. This is like a Street Fighter character, I feel. Zelda? Why did you Zelda me? It's not Zelda for sure. I want to do either Soul Calibur or Street Fighter. Bison. There's no Bison? So, okay. Oh, I've seen this guy. Didn't realize you were gonna stream today. I promised I was gonna stream today, man. I promised it. Surely you know who it is now. Will you be mad at me if I say no? Will you be mad at me? I recognize him, but I don't know. Ninja. Yes. Okay, so Psych will be mad at me if I don't get this. Fuck! I don't know who the fuck this is. I don't know the game. I wasn't born in 1989. This guy was an MVC. That's where I recognize him from. I just never played him as a character, and I don't think he was very popular. Soviet flag, nice. God, this game looks insanely floaty. Oh no, this camera would kill me. Oh, what a jarring transition. I hate this game already. Dink, you're already there. Dude, the run kills me. Oh, oh no. He does have a lightsaber though. Bro, can you stop getting an upgrade for 1 second? I think they've made him like a they gave him the same type of animations that a sprite would have, but it doesn't work when he's like a 3D model. It just looks really weird. We can discuss bad video game essays instead. Do you want me to read out what you wrote about the video? Let me see. How many likes has my comment gotten? That's the important part. I live off of that type of validation. 80. It was at 92 last I checked. Fuck. Now you know I checked. No! I mean, 89, that's really good. That's really good. Really happy about that. I told Marcus last stream to watch that video, and they just wrote a couple points to me, so I wanna show them to stream. I actually have to download the fucking TXT file to do it. It's funny. Okay, first of all, the video does not seem to only tackle one question. Instead, it talks about multiple things as if they were the same. Before reading on, let's see if I agree. Yes, I agree. I don't even need to think about it. We're referring to the, if you weren't here yesterday, we're referring to this video called There Are No Hard Multiplayer Games. Which, like, he talks about difficulty, he talks about strategy, he talks about decisions versus number of actions taken. But he ends up mixing stuff up in really silly ways, I think. Like, for example, difficulty and strategic depth, even if they're not exactly the same thing. He also makes a few leaps that I think are a bit far-fetched. Regardless, I'm going to sort my thoughts, so let's tackle it one by one. 1. Adding or changing rules does not change the difficulty, but simply what skills are measured. So on paper, I agree with that, in the sense that if it's a new product that everyone starts from scratch on, like it's different if it's like a series, like StarCraft, right? Where your knowledge of StarCraft 1 will bleed into StarCraft 2. But on paper, in a vacuum, this is correct because the difficulty of the game is dictated by other players. With the caveat that the more skills that are tested, the more ways you have to excel, the more things you can train. Like, for me, I would say that chess is a much harder game than something like Melee, because you have to be so exceptionally good at a much smaller subset of skills that I'm not good at. But I don't really consider that difficulty, right? Because sure, it means that it attracts people that are naturally very good at that, but you're still... It's still the average of the player base skill level that dictates how hard the game is. It's your opponent that dictates it, and they have to go through the exact same constraints that you do. So at this point, you're arguing genetics and like how predisposed you are to the skills the game is testing, but not really the difficulty itself. So like on paper, I agree with this. That's only true, Munch, if everyone failing is the same as you losing. Assuming that you're going to finish, your time is going to be measured against your opponents. And if everyone is untrained, they're all going to be bad at it and slow at it. Assuming you finish. That's why I said if losing counts as not finishing. Like if you count the distance you ran, for example, and everyone is untrained, this isn't true at all, because you say you run 1,500 meters, and half of the people ran 1,000 meters, then you're better than the average. It really depends on if losing means the other person has to beat you, then this is true, I think. But let's see what Marcus has to say. I do not think this is quite accurate. Yes, changing the rules does change what skills are measured, but it can also affect the difficulty of said game. Multiplayer games difficulty does indeed mostly come from the competition between players. However, this is contingent on the fact that the game is hard, mechanically or strategically. Yes, I agree with that, but it's not a hard barrier to reach. Like, tic-tac-toe is a game that's too simple to be difficult, because the strategic depth just isn't there. It's not complicated enough. But I don't think you need it to be very complicated for this to remain true. Or start being true, rather. Enough for good players to meaningfully differentiate themselves from others. Yeah, but it doesn't have to... Like, the game doesn't have to be very complex for the tools to be there to differentiate yourself. Like, once again, a good example is chess, because you can't say people don't differentiate themselves, even though the quantity of skills that are tested in chess is fairly small. To take an extreme example, tic-tac-toe is a multiplayer game. Yeah, tic-tac-toe is too simple. Due to its lack of both mechanical and strategical depth, the difficulty does not change noteworthily no matter how brilliant or dumb your opponent is. Obviously, this is an extreme example, and few games truly allow most people to hit its skill ceiling. Yeah, so you acknowledge the same thing. But, I asked you, and I thought it'd be fun, instead of doing more game doll. But even if most players cannot hit the absolute skill ceiling, there are plenty of games where they can get close enough. Yeah, you get diminishing returns, for sure. I would argue, as a separate point from difficulty, I would argue that consistency and difficulty are two entirely different things. They can look the same. If someone that's better than you beats you 100% of the time in an extremely consistent game and only 70% of the time in an inconsistent game, it feels like the one where you lose 100% of the time is more difficult. However, logically, you should beat people that are better than you more frequently. Or rather, you should beat people who are worse than you more frequently in the game that is fully consistent than in the game that's less consistent. The actual difficulty is still dictated by the strength and skill of your opponent. And I think I haven't crystallized this thought. It's not... So I'm not prepared to defend it, but intuitively, I want to say that the more mechanics and the more either mechanical the more real complexity you have. I need to differentiate mechanical complexity from real complexity, because a lot of choices are false choices. The more choices that remain relevant and through all levels of play there are, the more consistent the game probably ends up being. Because there's more ways to abuse the skill difference between you and your opponent. They're obvious like counterexamples. You can make a dive kick game that has extremely interesting movement controls, but if you get hit once and die, then it doesn't necessarily make the game super consistent. Like, there are other factors too. You're moving away from difficulty being related to winning or losing? No, I wouldn't say that at all. I'm saying I'm bringing this up as a different axis than difficulty, because I think it's fascinating. Because what I'm saying is that a lot of people think melee is more difficult because they lose 100% of the time, when the only reason it's more difficult is because people have a lot more playtime into it. But even when you start to get better, the game has enough tools for a better player to win consistently. That flips when you become the better player and you will win consistently. I'm just saying that consistency and difficulty are not really entwined. Like, you can't rate how difficult a game is by how consistent it is. Obviously, this is an extreme example, and few games truly allow most people to hit its skill ceiling, but even if most players can not hit the absolute skill ceiling, there are plenty of games where they can get close enough that on any given day, a good player can beat a better, and sometimes even the best player. I'm happy I went on that rant before I read that, because my point is directly counter to that, in that even if you can beat a better player, like, say, 40% of the time in a very inconsistent game, a worse player is going to beat you 40% of the time in that same inconsistent game. So like the absolute win percentage should remain the same. Like your relative skill to the relative difficulty is about the same. Like it becomes easier to snag wins from better players, but it also becomes more difficult to defend yourself from worse players. And your absolute win rate should probably remain sort of the same. That's the type of game where you need a really, really large quantity of sets in order to say anything meaningful about your skill. Sort of like poker. I know this from experience, having gone from an incredibly hard game, StarCraft 2, to games with less mechanical complexity, such as a variety of card games, among them Legends of Runeterra, where I was one of the best players in the world at one point. I'll say, as soon as you add RNG to the game, like large quantities of RNG, which card games have, a lot of the skill comes from mitigating RNG, and that will mean that you will be in the scenario where getting an edge over your opponent doesn't mean winning 95% of the time, it means winning 60 or 55% of the time rather than 45 or 40% of the time. But the absolute difficulty remains the same anyway, is what my argument is. Because it goes both ways. It goes both in winning against a better opponent, but also against losing against a worse opponent. That said, I think, I mean, we have the loss fallacy. What's it called? We're naturally loss averse, and we also look at like beating better players as what matters in these types of games. So if you feel like it's literally impossible for you to beat the best fighting game player, like best Street Fighter 6 player, but you could lock in versus the best Legend of Runeterra player and win some percent of the time, that'll make you feel like you are relatively a much better player than you might be because you got lucky. Deck building is the majority skill tested in most card games, unfortunately. Strongly disagree. Really depends on meta. But even then, I think I disagree. At the top level. Depends on format and depends on meta. The more... If it's a best of 1, for sure. At a like best of 5 level, at a Highlander level where you switch decks, stuff like that, I think it matters less. The longer each game drags on... I know you've got a Yu-Gi-Oh background. I don't think deck building is the majority skill that's tested at a top level in Yu-Gi-Oh. Especially because you, even in largely dominant metas, you'll run into mirror matches and stuff where your personal skill is going to dictate it more. I think part of my problem is that I'm coming from my own personal experience here, which is not statistically relevant. Statistically significant, rather. But to further add to my point, I felt like Legends of Runeterra had 4 tiers of players, while StarCraft 2 had maybe like 10. Yeah, so that's a thing that's going to happen. Same thing in like poker and similar stuff like that, where it's... if going from being a top 1000 player... Like put the best player in the world as your goal, and say you're scratching top 1000. If in a card game that gives you a 30% win rate versus the best player, in StarCraft that would give you a 1% win rate versus the best player. And then you go further and you go to like top 100. Now you would go to a 40% win rate in Runeterra, and you would go to a 20% win rate in StarCraft. Then you go further and you go to like top 10, and now you might be at like 45 or even like 48% win rate in a card game. But you would be at like still at 35-40% versus the best StarCraft player. But again, this goes both ways, is the problem. I think we're very bad at noticing such small changes in win rate that can't be measured by like feel, but just by like pure quantity of games. Like, if you don't log every single game you play, you won't notice your improvement going from 30 to 35% win rate. But you are going to notice going from a 1% win rate to a 50% win rate. Like, that is going to feel like a massive change. And the other factor I think that plays a large part is that StarCraft is a more difficult game, because while it's true that the difficulty of a game is dictated by your opponent, that does mean that the length of time that they have had to learn and master the game is going to make the game more difficult. The easiest games you can play are always going to be the newly released ones, unless they reward a skill set that is very, very similar to already existing games on the market, because then they effectively are just a remix of a game that already exists. But assuming that it's a fully new game, new experience, jumping on that day one is going to be the easiest that game can ever be. And that's always going to be the case. And if you do this, you'll understand that the older games are much, much, much harder because they've had 10 years to grind, and the 4 tiers in Legends of Runeterra might become 10 tiers. Hard to say because of how RNG mitigates this. I think RNG as a mitigating factor makes it hard to judge difficulty in card games, but ignoring RNG as a mitigating factor, I think the fact that Legends of Runeterra is a much, much younger game will mean that it is easier as well. Going from an incredibly hard game to games with less mechanical complexity, such as a variety of card games. Among them, Legend of Runeterra, where I was one of the best players in the world at one point. In terms of the strategic depth, I would consider both of them fairly close, but the mechanics of StarCraft 2 allowed truly gifted players to differentiate themselves to a much larger degree. I think differentiate is a really good word here, because I agree that it is much more possible to differentiate yourself in games with more mechanical complexity, but I don't think that correlates with difficulty, if that makes sense. Nothing is stopping you from putting in the same amount of time and the same amount of effort to differentiate yourself in StarCraft 2 as the person who's the best in StarCraft 2. Whereas in Runeterra, there are fewer avenues to do this in. I guess it sort of depends on... Like, if you want to rate difficulty as how often can I win? If that's how you want to judge difficulty, as how often can I win against X tier of player? But it's interesting, because if you say the 50th percentile, the average person, if you say you want to beat the average person in a game, it's going to be much easier to do that in Legends of Runeterra than it is to do in StarCraft. But if you want to reach a point where you beat like the top 1% consistently in, or like with a statistical significance, it's going to be much, much easier to do in StarCraft than in Runeterra, because at some point you will have fewer, you'll reach a soft ceiling. I think you can probably graph that on a curve. I have an intuition that you can graph that to a curve. And yes, I agree. You do hit diminishing returns faster in Legends of Runeterra. It's more that there are more players that can get to the diminishing returns part of the skill ceiling. I don't know if that is true from my Melee background. Maybe. It's also really outsized in that a game like StarCraft 2, you snowball. I think the way snowballing works is very fascinating because it means that a 2% better player in StarCraft will snowball like very slowly throughout the game, and by the end of the game, it might look utterly hopeless and unwinnable. And the same thing in Melee, where if I'm edging you out like 5% of the time, over the course of a set, it'll look very dominant. Even though the like absolute skill level between us isn't actually that different. Whereas I don't really think that happens to the same degree in card games. Or really turn-based games in the same way. That's also a fascinating topic. Difficulty is a hard term to use because the definition of it is pretty fluid. Like, there's no real set definition for difficulty that works to describe all of these phenomenon. Which... So I think it's impossible to prove you wrong here. Like the thing that he is saying here is impossible to prove, and what you're saying here is valid. It's just a very nebulous term to use, and defining it will probably... It's very hard to define this without leaving a bunch of outliers that are obvious. This is such a hard discussion to have. More mechanics always comes at the cost of strategic depth. No, this isn't your job to define it, it's his job to define it. The fact that he didn't define it is why the video is bad. You shouldn't have to define it here. Like, the reason I went on my rant in the comments is because he didn't define it, and I brought this up as like a reason why his lack of... or like his argument is poorly defined and doesn't stand on its own. Munch, we've talked about tic-tac-toe. Your argument falls into tic-tac-toe. As soon as you simplify a game to the degree where it is impossible to differentiate yourself, it stops being a game. You have not said anything new. We've already filed this under tic-tac-toe. This is the tic-tac-toe clause. And you're the toe. More mechanics always comes at the cost of strategic depth. This, I think, is the silliest argument that he makes in the entire video. I mean, this isn't exactly what he's saying. Or rather, this is what he says, but his thesis as it's presented at the start is more actions per decision always comes at the cost of strategic depth. Like, this is what his thesis is, but what he is saying is essentially the more mechanics always comes at the cost of strategic depth. I believe this to be false as well. Yes, you can argue that chess is 100% strategy due to its lack of a mechanical component, and that the mechanical portion of a game, such as StarCraft 2, eats into the strategical part of the pie. And again, my entire post is just arguing that this isn't true. How you manage that is part of the strategy. This logic rests on a fatal assumption. Oh, Munch? Or not Munch, I mean Marcus? Can you be an Ace Attorney character? Can I headcanon you as an Ace Attorney character and this is your objection? This logic rests on a fatal assumption that the size of all pies are equal. Adding mechanical depth to a game does not subtract any strategical depth of the game. At least when talking about the theoretical ceiling, it simply adds more dough to the pie, making it bigger overall. I actually strongly disagree with this. I actually strongly disagree with this. I agree with the first half of the sentence, and I strongly disagree with the second half, but I'm gonna keep reading and finish this before I come to my counter-argument. Now, naturally, people can only eat so much, and thus mechanical depth can come at the cost of strategic depth in practice, especially at lower levels of play. It is important to separate the actual possibilities, depth of the game, and what is humanly possible. Okay, I would rephrase this, or rather restate this slightly. I think what you care about is effective depth versus real depth. Good example is Ultimate, where wave dashing technically exists as a movement option that might have extremely niche circumstances where it's useful, but you're better off never engaging with the mechanic as a movement option, because it's like, it technically adds depth, but in practice it's not worth engaging with, so it's false depth. Whereas in Melee, wave dashing is integral to everything you do, because it is appropriately balanced against your other movement options with appropriate risk versus reward considerations. So it becomes part of the real depth of the game. And this, like, if I get to the point, like, mechanical depth is weird because there's multiple types of it. Imagine if reaction tech chasing was 100% guaranteed every time if you just practiced it. Like, it wasn't tied to reactions, it's just can you execute? And the execution is, on paper, consistent enough. Then, even if it requires an insane amount of grinding and an insane amount of practice, it probably becomes it probably invalidates regular tech chasing entirely at that point, because the end result is so much stronger. So, like, my argument here is that because of the considerations and trade-offs you have to make, because of the fact that you have to train reaction tech chasing and deal with the stress and everything, if you remove the actual, like, physical components of that and the stress component, and you could just do it consistently, I think that would reduce strategic depth, even though it is more mechanically deep, if that makes sense. My point is that strategic depth can be diminished by mechanical depth. However, it is not always the case. Yeah, this is... It's funny because we're... Wait, have you not read mine yet? I think you said you were gonna watch the video before you read mine. Because it's interesting. I did read yours. Okay. Because I feel like we're making very similar arguments here. We're doing it in very different ways, but I think we're making basically the same argument. I think you, Pip, that's me, covered this point fairly well. Very well. The only thing I would add is my own personal experience playing StarCraft 2. Because of the nigh infinite skill ceiling, players ended up specializing with different things each player excelled at. This is even more prominent in Brood War. Yeah, this is the argument I make in Melee, that you have to pick what you want to practice, and the fact that you can make those considerations is why everyone has a unique playstyle at a high level, and thus the strategic depth of the game did not only encompass the actual rules and mechanics of the game itself, but also who you were as a player. Yeah, this is the same argument. And your opponent's preferences. Knowing what type of playstyle or what their strengths and weaknesses are greatly influence how you approach any given match. These out-of-game considerations dictate your playstyle at the top level and make your play unique. What you choose to practice, how you manage your mental stack, and whether you prioritize easy-to-execute gameplay patterns to maximize endurance and ability to think on the fly, or if you prefer to abuse a mechanical edge to simplify the decision-making space down as much as possible in order to outvalue your opponent, are all a form of strategy. And then the key point is that the considerations and trade-offs made before the game started, and running up against obstacles the opponent places in front of you, and deciding how to best reconciliate your ideal game plan with what's happening on screen, that's the depth that you add by allowing people to excel in various different mechanical parts of the game. Thus, the mechanical depth of the game indirectly added strategic depth by forcing players to prioritize due to human limitations. That is not to say that mechanics cannot lower strategic depth, but it's more nuanced than the video would have you believe. I love that. I like that you use StarCraft because you have a StarCraft background, because I can't engage with his argument in a 1-to-1 because I don't have the background to do it. Whereas you have the background with Brood War and StarCraft 2, so you can actually engage with his argument, like, exactly. I also like that it means that, like, this here, the one thing I take away from this that I haven't said myself already is that even the part where a lot of players in the comments, especially the comments to mine, are like, this is mostly about strategy games, RTS, and it's not about other types of games. It's very pointed to that. This is still remains true for Brood War as well. Like, he says it's objectively worse, but, you know, it clearly isn't. Overall, I personally am not fond of menial short tasks. It's why I personally prefer Rivals of Ether 2 over Melee, and I really liked Stormgate, even though StarCraft 2 is in many ways the better game. However, that does not mean that they are without merit, nor that they will always be a detractor of strategic depth. I didn't need to know this. There we go. I've edited your text. I didn't need to know you liked Rivals 2 more than Melee. It's fucked up. I really thought you were the GOAT, but you're not. You're a fraud. Have you seen the new Rivals 2 character? I think he's so funny. He's so dog shit. I played some Rivals at Corbett, and no, what the fuck? I played some Rivals at Corbett, and Slade is so insanely ass. He might be like the worst. He's like the most feel-bad character I've played in a long time. I thought he looked cool, but too complex for me personally. Baseline Slade is so bad, but he gets so good when you get the money. It's just, I hate having to pay money and menu in order to become a functional character. He might be good, but he's so weird, and I thought he was ass to play. But he is cool. His aerials just do nothing. They do nothing. I know that everyone thinks he's the worst in the game. He's a young Link one trick. Tragic. Well, to be fair, I'm a last sovereign one trick, so, you know, I can't judge. I play one game and I don't even play it well. He can bomb Nair! Dude, I played Slade, and the first... I didn't look anything up. I just picked the character on the character select screen and then started playing. I hit someone, and it spawns coins. And I freaked the fuck out. I pick up the coins, and I do neutral special. It spawns what looks like ostensibly a bomb. The bomb does nothing. Instead, when you pick it up, you heal 1 HP. My opponent picks it up 5 times while I struggle to recover. And they heal 5%. I have lost all of my money. I am cash poor and I'm a stock down. I press down B. No, side B? I press side B, which is Dancing Blade. And it single-handedly is better than all of his aerials. It's so funny. That was a good time. Did you see my comment in the last Sovereign channel? I think you might have missed a bar crawl with Orkent. We definitely entered the bar in Finland. But it is possible that if you go there again, it could trigger a bar crawl. Because I remember specifically pointing out, I feel like Orkent should have a bar crawl here. Like, I distinctly remember pointing that out. Also, today... Welcome to Fuck Off Ford. I just got stun locked, sorry. What I was gonna say is, the plan for today is we're gonna do the Lilith quest, I think. And we're gonna do the Altina discussion. But I wanna find some Hillstar NPCs first. Don't worry, Pip, your next TLS attempt will have better gameplay. Not only will I be the first person to upload a full commentated playthrough of this game onto YouTube, I'll also somehow be the first person to speedrun the game and upload a full commentated speedrun of the game to YouTube. It'll only be like 20 hours. Do you know our rule about murdering people? The rule is don't. There is a conversation in that bar. Neat, because I went into the bar and Orkin wasn't there. I was gonna go back eventually, because when we're gonna do Philon, I was gonna go. It's really fucked up that there's not an Orkin conversation here, because I did explicitly enter the bar. I explored every indoor area there, so it must not spawn the first time you go there or the first time you visit Philon. Hello? The Gilded Lily is closed, which means the poor maids hired there are out on the streets. Bullshit, we see you under there. Whoa, your illusions are really good. Oh, you're Yara! Should have known I couldn't sneak past you. So what are you doing by the Gilded Lily? Hard as it is to believe, I'm actually here on behalf of the city of Steinford. Though not the High Priestess. She has been rather stubborn about all those. Wait, what's going on? The Gilded Lily's proprietors were arrested. But what about all its customers? The way was shut down, most got away free. There's a world-building opportunity that has been severely neglected in this game. Why isn't there a level drain in? Those who know, they know what I mean, and I realize that explaining further will only compromise my integrity, so we will not explain further. What about all its customers? The way was shut down, most got away free. Which is why I'm posing as a defenseless maid. I lure in those who want to commit crimes, then the guards arrest them. That's great. Probably won't work for long, but it's fun for now. Carry on with the good work. Oh no, I'm so poor and helpless. Nice. I feel like there has to be one of the Hillstara members in the. You're here? In here, like one of these guards has to be a Hillstara crew member. I helped fight in the war, but I think I'm done. I was paid enough to retire, so I might just hang up my armor here in Steinford. Cringe. Never mind. Oh no, there it is! My senses were tingling, and my senses are always correct. They're never wrong. I'm clicking Discord so that I don't have a notification on my own stream going live up. I was hoping I might find you here. Really? I've been in and out of this place quite a bit. I knew you liked the Crimson Cape, which was why I stayed, but I guess we've kept missing each other. Why did you want to contact me? You were one of the best leaders the Red Lights ever had. I was hoping you might recruit me into your new army. Pip, how do I get better at RTCing my opponent? Fuck. That bot doesn't exist anymore. God damn it. I know you're memeing, but I'm mad. I had a bot specifically for when people ask that bullshit. You're so annoying. As it happens, I was thinking of getting the Red Lights back together. One last ride, you know? I've been reduced to working under Anna, trying to scrape up what little credibility I can. Take it you don't like Anna's zealousness? Hello, Kirby. I missed you. I'm happy you're back. Never leave me again. I didn't expect you to be on today. At the end, multiple times during last stream, I said specifically I will stream tomorrow. This shit's crazy. I'll stream tomorrow after work, like 4 times during the stream, and then no one believes me. Because you're not the first one. Marcus said the same thing. Marcus was like, I didn't think you were streaming today. I only got 1 hour in. You're excused. Marcus watched all of it. Marcus was like, I didn't think you were streaming today. I'm like, there's 4 statements of it. You finished the VOD. Man, it's fine, it's fine. I have to come to terms with the fact that I am second monitor content. Pipsqueak, you are second monitor content. You are second monitor content. Do not rise above your station. Do not presume the attention of the viewers. Pipsqueak, you are second monitor content. Never assume you're first monitor content. Every day, you'll wake up and you'll repeat these affirmations. You are second monitor content. I gotta refill my my drink. BRB. 1 second. In other news, my stream just replayed. What the fuck? That's weird. What's it called? Just before you said repeat these affirmations, great. So it really got to you. I sent a command to the Twitch client to start looping. What I was gonna say is, earlier today I went to the physical therapy session, and I got, well, first of all, I have a problem. I'm happy to identify that the problem is real and it's not just in my head. Pain is actually not fake. And on the flip side, I got a bunch of exercises to help with it. However, they didn't give me the light barbell that I used during the session. So instead I have to go buy a barbell. Or a dumbbell, not barbell. I have to go buy a dumbbell. 2 kilo dumbbell. Specifically, like, not too heavy. Maximum 2.5 kilos. So I have to go buy a 2 kilo dumbbell. And I have to do it tomorrow, because I have to do a bunch of exercises, like, once a day for the next 2 weeks. And the problem is, I'm probably gonna head into work at 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. today. Get an adjustable dumbbell. It's really, really difficult to find a dumbbell that's adjustable that also doesn't start at higher than 2 kilos with just a bar. I think. Actually, that's not true. I think 1.5 kilos is pretty standard. You found one? I remember, I had an adjustable dumbbell at home, which I put at work instead. And that one, I think the handle itself was 2.5 kilos. But I'll see if I can buy a smaller adjustable dumbbell. Dumbbells aren't usually very adjustable. They are. You can buy one. I got one from 1.5 to 10. Does it have 0.25 weights on it? I assume it must do, because otherwise, there are other ways to get to 10. But can you make it 2 specifically? Anyway, yeah. So I need to specifically get the dumbbell, and I need to do it tomorrow so that I can get my exercises in. However, I'm gonna be at work from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. tonight, so I might leave early. I don't think I have to sit through all 5 hours or 4 hours, but I have to be there for a decent bit of it. Or rather, it's really good knowledge I'll get if I'm there, so I want to be there for the learning opportunity. So it's gonna really suck to get up tomorrow and be like, yeah, it's time to go buy my dumbbell so I can do my stupid shod life exercises. It's 1.5 to 3.5, unfortunately. RIP. That's what I thought. It's really hard to make one that's adjustable and makes 2 kilos. Anyway, I'll figure it out. I just thought that was a funny aside. I'm happy that hopefully I'll feel better after I start doing rehab for it. I realized also that the the reason that this wound even happened is probably a result of a wound I got like 6 months ago, which I went to my general practitioner doctor for or whatever, and they're like, yeah, just like sleep it off, you'll be fine, kinda. Which I don't think was true at all, because I have had problems with doing bicep curls and similar activities. Anything that really rotates the wrist at all has been a problem. And I completely forgot how I even damaged my wrist, but like 6 months ago, my friends loaded the barbell incorrectly when I was doing overhead press, and so they had 5 more kilos on one side than the other. Because for some reason at this gym, every weight is the same color, so the 5 and 10 kilo weights look very similar. So there were 2 people loading, one on each side, and one loaded 5 kilos and the other 10. This hasn't happened since then, anytime, but the fact that they're all black is really stupid. And so I end up dropping the weights off one side, and then that swings the barbell back the other direction, which immediately hurts my wrist during the overhead press, and that's how I damaged it like 6 months ago. Which is the exact same location that hurts now since I did the deadlift. So I think what happened is it never fully healed, and now I managed to like inflame it by lifting 100 kilos off the ground. I did a 100 kilo deadlift, and I didn't feel any pain immediately, but inflammations don't really happen like the very instant that the injury happens. You feel the pain later. So I felt it like 2 hours later, and then I went to bed, and I woke up, and it hurt a fuck ton the day after. But yeah, anyway, I got a bunch of exercises. We might finally try to do something about it and get back on the grind. In the meantime, I will still go to the gym just as much as I have before, but it's time to only do leg day for months on end. It's gonna be so annoying because I find leg day way less fun than I do anything else. But we're gonna do core and we're gonna do leg day every single fucking week. 3 times a week. Their origin was dummy bells. I love dummy bells. I'm calling them that from now on. That's way more fun. Goddess, yes, she's as bad as any of them. It's time, Sarai. Whatever theology nonsense you're doing, don't rub it in. I can rub it in. What? Talk to me! Let me drink in peace. I hate you! I wish you would die. Also, Pip, we finally finished our Orb rewatched. Nice. It's been a long time since I watched that. I need to rewatch it. Let me think. I doubt there's one in here, but there could be. One of these guards. This is the guy who talked that made the... Anyway, nice weather we're having. Still, like, one of the best jokes in the entire game. And also, I want to rewatch. Okay, that shit's crazy. You gotta chill. Why are there two sparkles? Sarai, I understand you have further meddling in mind. Will you at least hear me out, Sister Anna? Very well. Your intentions are clearly well-meaning. The people's view of Evala has been dragged down by recent events. I need to program a button on my controller. 1 second. I think it's this. Yeah, I did it. I'm getting really embarrassed now, Kirby. Because... Orb the movements of the earth. Orb on the movements of the earth. I don't think I've actually watched the anime of this. I think I've only read part of it. I think I've only read like a little bit of this. No, I know you're doing a bit. What I'm embarrassed about is the fact that I thought I would recognize the names. There's a different series that I associate the name Orb to, that isn't Orb on the Movements of the Earth. Because as soon as you said the names, I was like, this is not the show that I'm thinking of when we say Orb. So I feel like I might have to actually watch it myself. When did this air? 2024. Yeah, I've not watched this. 2024 is way, way too late for me to have watched it. I should screen capture this instead of just looking on the other monitor with no context. Bad streamer, bad streamer. I'm looking... I searched Orb. I think I'm thinking of To Your Eternity. I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of To Your Eternity. But oh well, it is what it is. I'm curious, I am confused as to how, Cap. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like 50% on it, not more. It's definitely none of these other ones. Man, this is the moment when I'm like, I should still keep updating my anime list. My anime... When did I update it last? Oh, okay, we're doing a little bit of a cringe session. We're doing a little bit of a cringe session. What? Oh, people. It's users. Wait, last online 2021. Oh my god, this was a long time ago. When could I reasonably have last anime updates? 2019. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? I do not recall this at all. I guess I watched like one episode of this. Yeah, watching 1 out of 12. 2014 for manga. Mean score 6.7. Is that low? I don't or Isn't that what I score them? Not what the scores are. Like, isn't this what I score them? That my mean score of the shows I have watched is 6.7. Yes, okay, cool. Because I score pretty poorly. Like, I don't score. The thing is, things have to either be bad or good for me to remember to put them in here. I say that, but I haven't touched this in years. Axel World, Ashel World. God, right. I did get to watch that. Oh, yeah, I considered a lot of things trash. Angel Beats is an 8. Baccano is an 8. Baccano is like a 9. Baccano should not be an 8. Especially not with Black Butler at a 9. No! God, I really liked Black Butler as a kid. Jesus, Black Butler appealed to me so much. Black Cat? Really, I put Black Cat as a 7. I really like Black Cat in hindsight. Probably aged better than Black Butler. Black Rock Shooter, that's like a 5. Bleach is a 3. First season was 8 to 9 out of 10, but it went downhill fast. That's funny, because I... That's the Butler anime? Yeah, Black Butler is the Butler anime. It's good. I like it. Memories Nobody is the best Bleach movie. By like a long shot. Blue Dragon... Blue Exorcist is like worse than a 5. It's bad. Original Clannad I didn't think was very good. Clannad After Story is a 9. That makes sense. Based, I've only watched the last season. That's funny. Early Black Butler goes hard. Claymore's funny. I think this is scored incorrectly. Because what I think happened was, when I added Claymore here, I hadn't started using the manga list at all. So I think this is here because I read it, not because I watched it. I don't think I watched Claymore, I think I read it, and I really, really like Claymore. Bunch of Code Geass stuff. Because I know that I did add things here that I've only read and haven't watched before I started using the manga list separately. Season 2 is not better than Season 1. Wait, is Season 1 even here? Did I not list Season 1? That's crazy. Cowboy Bebop is better than Code Geass, but when you're 12, you don't think that, so that tracks. This is correct for 12-year-olds. For sure, for sure. That tracks. Deadman Wonderland is not an 8. Death Note is a 9. What do you think about the Code Geass cat episode? Is that the... Okay. I don't recall what you're talking about, but I do remember CC and Karen in cat ears. Which could be porn, but it could also be from the show. It's the most Code Geass episode of Code Geass, then it's really good. Detective Conan stuff, which I really like. I like that I haven't put regular Detective Conan here, but I guess it's because I didn't watch like all of it, so I didn't want to put it here. I've watched 500 episodes of Detective Conan or something like that. God, I didn't like original Dragon Ball. That's not based. I didn't like Dragon Ball Z either. That's not based. Elemental G-Lade. What the fuck is this? I put it at a 3. Oh no, I do recall this character. I stopped updating my Mal list like 10 years ago. At this point, I'm pretty sure I watched 700 shows or something. Yeah, I mean, this one, the last update was... I made 2 updates in 2019, and I made 1 update in 2021, and then the ones before that are like all 2014. So the overwhelming majority of these shows are from like between 2013 and 2015. I basically only added things 1 time in bulk to the manga in 2014. I spent most of the episode running around the school chasing a cat that's wearing his helmet, and then it ends with something big I don't remember. I don't recall that. Ergo Proxys a 6 is really harsh. I'm surprised I rated it that low. Fairy Tail 7. I mean, original Fairy Tail, the first like 50, 60 episodes I thought were fine, but they're not that good. Fate Stay Night, original 7. Yeah, I stand by that. Fate Zero is a 10. Fate Zero Season 2 is a 10. I really like Fate Zero. Fate Zero is amazing. Ippo is probably... I mean, 8 is fair, but I could see a 9 even. Full Metal Panic was sick. Full Metal Panic was one of the like older shows I watched, and I feel like it introduced me to a different like sensibility in making anime that I hadn't seen before, and I really, really digged it. So Full Metal Panic was really good. Brotherhood, my favorite anime of all time. Probably still is, I'd say. Gankotsu, only a 7. I guess it was a little bit too heady for me. I love the visuals of Gankotsu, but I didn't really catch the plot. I don't know. Get Backers, this is if you want a banging, like really fucking good short shonen, this series bangs. I stand by it. Love Get Backers. Gintama, I definitely haven't finished Gintama, so you know, I added it without having watched way too much on it. I've not watched more than like 80 episodes of Gintama. I gave original Helsing a 4. I guess I hated the ending. Helsing Ultimate's really good. High School DxD a 4. Yeah, I watched that way too young. I should have given... I think I gave it a 4 because like a classmate gave it like a 10. Igurashi's a 7. Yeah. Ikitosen. If you're a perv but don't know about hentai/porn, then this is for you. It's always weird when you time travel back to when you were a teenager and you were writing comments like this. Like, you never expected future you to read it. You were expecting other people to come across your profile and read shit like this, not yourself later. But this is correct. I have a lore about Ikitosen. So, Ikitosen is an insanely horny and bad series, but the but what happened was my brother was watching Ikitosen. I walked into his room and I'm like, "Hey, what are you watching?" And he's like, "A series you probably shouldn't watch." Like, he paused for a long time and then went, "A series you probably shouldn't watch." And I'm like, "Is it good?" And he's like, "No." And then I watched all of Ikitosen. And to this day, the green-haired girl lives rent-free in my head, as does the maid that chokes herself out while comboing you. Okay, I can't find the maid, any maid clip. It's this character here as well. She like headlocks you and then chokes herself out in combination with you while attacking you in like a really like horny way. I forget what her power was or whatever, but show is weird, okay? Kingdom, this is one of those I added because I read it. I love Kingdom. But I didn't like the anime. This is not for the TV, this is for the manga. Katekyo Hitman Reborn. This isn't the show, but Katekyo Hitman Reborn, I'm so fucking happy that it's getting a remake. Katekyo Hitman Reborn is low-key like a top 5 shonen for me. The Reborn show is so ass. Disagree. It has, like, okay, so... The first 20 episodes are pretty bad. But the next 4 arcs are sick, and then the 5th arc is when it, like, diverges from the manga. And I thought the concept of that arc was super fucking cool with all the time travel bullshit and the way they handled that. But then they kind of botched the ending. But I really, really loved Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Yeah, I know it gets insanely bad pacing. I'm saying I love the concept of it, and it's a shame that it ended so poorly. Because I think it had potential to be insanely good. The setup for it was super engaging. It's gonna get a remake at some point. They've announced it, so I'm curious for it. Naruto Shippuden, here's the source of all the low scores, because I hate like every Naruto movie. I watched an anime Jeopardy video, and I got the OST for Naruto spin-off Rock Lee and his Ninja Pals. And I felt like this was why it was worth watching the series, because I got the opening for it. I don't remember like any of the Naruto movies. Nuraihion no Mago. This show is pretty goated too. Shame it has like a dogshit climax, but the vibes of this show is immaculate. How the fuck did I give One Piece 3D Straw Hat Chase a 9? And then Film said a 6. Okay, whatever. Pantheon Stalker with Garter Belt, banger, Ranma. Ranma is not a 5. Ranma is insanely good. I wonder if I put it in the manga, because I read it first. And I might have put it on the manga list. Shampoo, Shaman King is sick. I don't remember Shiki. Never mind, I do remember Shiki. I forgot Shiki, I remember Shiki. Soul Eater, Steins Gate, Sword Art Online. I gave Sword Art Online an 8. Don't look at me. Sword of the Stranger, Black Cat. What is this? Did I add this instead of the Black Cat anime? And I just gave both of them an 8 because I didn't know which was which? I do not know what the fuck that is. The vibes were so good. Soul Eater 8. Soul Eater is sick. Prince of Tennis. I love Prince of Tennis. 2 Love Ru and 2 Love Ru Darkness. The only ecchi show I watched, and then I was like, I guess I watched High School DxD, but didn't really like it. But I watched these and I was like, I've had my fill of ecchi. I don't need any more. We've done it. I love Prince of Tennis. The best part of Prince of Tennis is the fucking Galaxy Ball. If you know about the Galaxy Ball. That erased the dinosaurs. Gotta mute the game for this. This is peak. This shit's broken as fuck. This shit is giga broken. Fucking what? Correct! 1 second. Are you having trouble understanding what's happening? This is tennis. What really sells this scene is specifically that scream. Why the fuck does he make that scream when he's literally just standing there? Like, listen to this. Dude got disintegrated, and then he's just standing there. If someone screams like that at me while I'm playing tennis at you, I'm DQing, dude. That shit is poor sportsmanship. Poor conduct. But it's so good. It's like Prince of Tennis is the best. I love Prince of Tennis. Anyway, that was a cringe aside. I'm really happy you made me look at the at my old my anime list. But the point I was trying to make is, if only I kept updating my anime list instead of dropping it after like 2014, 2015. I know which show I was talking about, but it is what it is. All I know is I now need to watch Orb on the movements of the Earth. Have you seen the newest season, World Cup thing? Some pretty nasty powers there too. I have not. It's been on my to-watch list for a while. Composer form. Okay, let me lock back in. Solution is to never have had one in the first place. True. The best part is, like, sometimes I worry that people are going to find my... Like, they're gonna go onto that profile, the Korok profile, which was my tag before Pipsqueak. Like, everywhere. I had one other one some places, but most places I've been Korok. And, like, they'll dox me with it or whatever, and then I'm like... You can search Pipsqueak online, and the second, or like Pipsqueak on Google, and the second result says Pipsqueak, Linus quote Pipsqueak Nordin, Järfälla, Sweden. It is not difficult to dox me. They're going to say, Sam, they gave SAO an 8? I'm talking about the abridged one, Kirby. I'm talking about the abridged one, okay? Plausible deniability. Sarai, I understand you have further meddling in mind. Will you at least hear me out, Sister Anna? Very well. Your intentions are clearly well-meaning. The people's view of Evala has been dragged down by recent events. But I'm opposed to reforms at this time. Not your specific suggestions, but all reforms. And that's too low a score, my guy? Fuck, you got me. You got me. Can't win. I forced a bunch of people to watch both the SAO Abridged series without seeing SAO and the Helsing Ultimate Abridged series without seeing Helsing, and I think that's such a good way to experience them. They're so good even on their own. That's how you know they're absolutely goated. That is a remarkably conservative attitude, even for you. Oh please, we've already seen Goonfall and a dozen smaller changes. You reformers already control this era. But if your goal is truly to bring comfort and stability to troubled Evalans, then you should not push further theological changes. Stop being an enlightened centrist, you motherfucker! You're enabling... It isn't as though I'm arguing for a radical alteration of our doctrine. Indeed, it is a return to old theological That doesn't matter! At a time like this, with so much influx, the people need security! We need to show them the enduring truths of the Church. One thing I think is worth watching, Kirby, from Helsing Ultimate, you should look at the original Anderson versus Alucard fight. That fight goes insanely hard in the original. It does in the abridged one too, but it's a very, very different encounter in one compared to the other. At least from memory. Do you think that singing the same tune? Also, I think Alucard and Anderson have the two best voice actors in English in Ultimate, funnily enough. They're like insanely good in the original English dub as well, which surprised me. I watched it both dubbed and subbed. Like, Anderson goes insanely hard in both languages. Do you think that singing the same tune makes us seem unchanging, or does it risk cheapening those truths by making us seem irrelevant? Some may feel that way, I admit, but this is where you will never understand a great many others in the Church. Many Evalans need that unchanging certainty more than ever before. The chaos around alleged goddesses only strengthens that need. I can admit that you may be right for some, but the fact remains that Evalans have heard a great many mixed messages, even from the highest offices of the Church. Can you at least? Yes, I can focus on those eternal truths. It is true that these false goddesses have troubled many. That's all I ask. Let's make the Church of Eval an institution that will continue to endure. In that, we are finally aligned. Pre-Crunchyroll everything was better. Fuck Crunchyroll. Hate that website. They were pirates as well. They sabotaged and fucked up the market. We shouldn't talk to Anna again until we have everything else in place. Nice. Where would a guard be? Oh, not guard. Where would a red band mercenary be? What? How it? I would never have found this. Oh yeah. What the fuck? 2006 inflation is hitting hard. Let's go check the Rat King. How are you doing, Rat? Can't believe you didn't make any updates to this area. I feel like Win would be like, oh, what a neat group of skeletons or some shit. Hey, are you open to some advice? Of course I am. Please share. You're underselling your announcements, especially for here. You need to be making more dramatic claims to get attention. But I did not wish to overpromise. I've seen many Lamia oil salesmen, the word. I understand that impulse, but it needs to be balanced by the expectations of your audience. We can all learn so much from Miguel here about understanding an incorrect analogy, and instead of correcting it, moving on as if it's correct in order to not waste a bunch of time. I say this as someone who corrected someone for this exact same thing yesterday and was like, I had no reason to do that except I wanted to feel better about myself. For no reason. I wanted to be smug and be like, I knew this and you didn't. No, this is where you decide that everyone else is wrong and then you commit genocide. I'm debating it. No, I think you're wrong. Or rather, it wasn't an analogy like this. It was they were using ethics and morality interchangeably without knowing the definition of each. So they were talking about ethics but using morality, and I was like, no. Do you know what the difference between morals and ethics are? This has no, like, the fact that I understand what you're saying means this has no bearing on the conversation at hand, but I need you to use correct terminology, especially if you're going to talk about these, be like, it is my ethical, like, I think it's ethical to do X is different than saying, I think it's moral to do X. I understand that impulse, but it needs to be balanced by the expectations of your audience. Average people aren't stupid, so they know that... Average people aren't stupid. Moving on. So they know there are a lot of lies, but they expect that rhetoric, so humility just comes off as weak sounding to them. I see. I do not like this, but I accept it. Don't tell Win this. Do not tell Win this. You think it was ethical or moral to enlighten them about the difference? Oh, that's actually a fantastic fucking question. God, this is why streaming is so fun, because I would never, that's the type of thing that I wouldn't get from a friend if I was playing this together with a couple friends instead. Not to say you're not a friend, but you know what I mean. Let's think here. I mean, the easy answer is it's correct ethically, but it's bad morally. Like, I did it for bad reasons. I did it in order to inflate my own ego, which I think is morally pretty bad, but I think it is ethical to inform them so they don't make the mistake in the future. Hello, Delta. We should start striking for better friendship status. True. You can start striking by... what were you gonna do? What's your plan? I don't know what your strikes are gonna be like. I don't even know what your arguments are. I don't actually really know the difference, maybe. So... This is the hard part when I don't have the textbook definition in front of me, but... Morality is your own internal sense of justice / sense of what's right and wrong. And you can have opinions that are, like, grounded in your sense of morality, whereas ethics are the outside systems and, like, beliefs you subscribe to. So, like, you can have an ethical system that you follow, like, never do X, never do Y. And you can also discuss if something is ethical to do, but you can't really discuss if something is moral to do in an objective sense. Like, ethics are a framework that you work with, and you can discuss, whereas morals is grounded in your own personal emotions and what you believe is right and wrong. And they are intrinsically tied together, but you can't just say it is moral to do this. I'm doing it because I think it's moral, but you can't make an objective claim. But you can say something is ethical or something is unethical, and that's informed by your ethical model, like what you subscribe to. But it is also a generally like more about the outside effects rather than the internal sense that govern it. I'm gonna see how close I was. I think that's a really bad explanation of ethics. I had a better one when I was saying it before. Relating to moral principles or the branch of knowledge dealing with these. Yeah, so exactly. It's your sense of morality is different than the principles that underpin your morality. So the principles you discuss is what ethics is. So, you know, utilitarianism, the streamer's always right-ism, which is the one I personally subscribe to. You have ethical systems, but you have your own internal sense of morals that is informed by your ethics. I see. I do not like this, but I accept it. So morality is just your own self-justification for why you're not following whatever set of ethics you subscribe to. Ideally, it's your own justification for why you are following whatever set of ethics you subscribe to, but sometimes I suppose your morality is all out of whack and you are you're not living an authentic life, and you might be very, very sad about that. You are the Joker. I know it's right to do X, but I'm doing Y. Is it moral? No. Fuck you. Would you be able to help me make claims that are dramatized without going too far? Sure, it's all about matching the field. Mages do tend to understate, for example, so boasting will get you nowhere there. You're very knowledgeable about such things. I fear I will never learn all such nuances. Neither will Miguel. It's just a question of when you hit the soft cap. Neither will I. See, the writing's good in this game. Succubus markets really threw me off, and I needed Succubus assistance to help me. Honestly, I don't think I understood some details until Iris managed to get through to me. I'm glad you two can be such good nestmates. Anyway, let's hammer out the basic selling points for your product and then we can move on to announcements. I mean, this is another triple choice. I'm still not completely comfortable with all these mercantile tricks, but I accept that you know better than me. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule to assist me, Miguel. No problem. I could have earlier, but you seem to value your privacy. I do? I'd always sought a close nest. To be blunt, you always seemed reserved and concerned with your own issues, so I figured you wanted to be left alone. I hate when a bit is going in chat that's completely, like, I didn't prompt it at all. Because, like, if I join in, I ruin the bit. But all I can say is, good joke. I agree. I suppose it is true that Cyrantia and its many problems have weighed heavily on my mind. But I'm happy to stretch myself further. Jacko posed for me. Please let me know if my specialized knowledge can ever be useful to you, and I will be overjoyed to work together further. I'll keep that in mind. Not gonna take that yet, since it's free options. I will write it down, though. I realize I've got, like, 2 of these I need to write down. The last Sovereign before we finish the segment, so... Delete a bunch of stuff we don't need. Oh yeah. Bar in Steinford. And what's the other one? It's in Arihilana outskirts. There we go. My brother was in Aram when things went bad. For the first time in my life, I prayed to Ivala that he'd survive. Yeah, fucking nerd. All the best inns are always booked. How is your booked then? Hey yo, got her! So good. Still got it. I think it's hilarious that I still can't finish the the blade for Akka. I wonder if I missed a research somewhere. I wonder if we missed a research with the last segment right before the Incubus gathering. That's my best guess on when we would have missed one. Or you just get everything but one, that's also possible. If someone knows where all the Hillstar mercenaries are, you can point them out to me. I don't need to search around and find them. Because we're gonna... I'm assuming they're all gonna be in the area somewhere, but we are just gonna walk around until we find them all. I think you have to choose. Very fair. I remember something... I remember a YouTube comment saying something like, you can get everything, but I forget. And I'm happy to forget. Douglas Elder spoiling, like always. I'm way more okay with it when it's in a comment, because there have been times where I've like started reading and I've been like, nah, this is gonna be some real stupid spoiler. I don't need this vibe in my life. We've gotten so many character quests, I've completely blanked on what the fuck this quest is. It seems like this place has been cleaned up and repaired since we last saw it. It's quite dusty. Think there's any point in exploring? It may not contain much physically, but let's move forward to examine it on a spiritual level. Okay, God. What the fuck? I think we have a good enough theological argument to convince Anna. I hope that the former Inquisition members will eventually be able to support themselves. What the fuck? Okay. Deal with that later. Not the primary concern right now. Yeah, that's just that guy. There's definitely gonna be one in the caves. Oh yeah, I've already talked to him. Yeah, I guess there's probably one in here. Please don't be the pedophile guard. It wasn't the pedophile guard, thank God. Maybe there's not one in here. I just kind of assumed there'd be one here. There might be shit in Ari Hilan and stuff too. Marcus! Or anyone that can bother to open the Wikipedia. Where are the Hillstar guards? In the meanwhile, let's go be productive and go do... I was gonna say Ransmore Wilds, but that's not it. We're gonna do... I give it a try, thank you. We have this thing we gotta do too. This is like the next thing I was gonna do, but I wanted to find the Hillstar guards first. When it's just like walking around and spotting them, I don't mind being spoiled on it. But I'll say it when I wanna get spoiled on them. It's more of like a time-saving thing. Do you like everything? I tried to assemble everyone I could. Oh yes, this is wonderful. I am complicit in the destruction of the northwestern elven kingdoms. I know this can't make up for what I allowed, but... I forgive you, Iris. I understand you were trying to protect your own people. And right behind her, 5,000 ghosts of dead northwestern elves yelled at her, cursed her, and said, It's not your place! It's not your place to forgive her! We don't forgive her! And she heard nothing. Because she is stupid and dumb. Thank you. There are so many people and considerations. It's hard to know what to do. I'm afraid I have another one for you. Putting out a general call in the Shell States for information I hadn't found earlier. It seems like a good thing to do. What's complicated about it? As in, does she have the mental capacity for that? I was gonna make a joke calling you sexist, but there was no way to make that joke without also being sexist. If I wanted... But rather, there's no way to make it funny to warrant it. God, I wish we had the mind-broken version of her instead. Then she'd probably be such a source of comedy instead. I think Altina is like the most disappointing character in the game. Because she's the first character that you can possibly lose. Or rather, here's the funniest part. You might think there's only twice as much dialogue. Should I list locations or just DM you on Discord? You can do either. If it's easier to just copy-paste in Discord, you can do that. We can also put them in chat, so everyone sees them. Maybe for transparency's sake, it's better to put it in chat so everyone knows what you messaged for me, instead of... So that it's not like, oh no, here's the secrets to the universe. But what I was gonna say is, you might think it's just twice as much dialogue, one for mind broken, one for mentally healed, but it's not, because until very recently, you could decide not to get Altina. I think the core problem isn't that they had to write twice as much dialogue, it's that she was skippable for so long. So not only did they have to write twice as much dialogue, they also made her skippable. And then recently, they made her unskippable. But every piece of dialogue she's in, or like the entire game's dialogue assumes that you could have skipped her. So she's never like considered properly. In Farrowholm, I haven't gone to Farrowholm. I've not gone to the Bounty Hunter camp. Good, I should go there as well. And people pick up and drop fetishes easily. The call for information will only be effective once before they get bored with it. So it needs to be, what? When we have enough information? When something is changed in the shallow states? I believe the primary issue is overall organization of the nation. You're better suited to judging that, aren't you? True, but I'll leave that decision up to you. Okay, we're gonna do Altina's thing later, and just grab all the Hildara stuff first. Let's go to the piece of shit area that no one cares about. Maybe there is a chance that there isn't a... Oh, never mind, there it is. Should I forget anyways? Exactly. Commander Hildara, I feel ashamed to see you again. Actually, I shouldn't even do this. Because I realized there's a problem. Is this before the dialogue? Yeah, cool. That's before the dialogue. When we go back there was enough stuff in the dialogue with Iris about when to do her thing that if we go there and we've talked only to her, I'll be like, I don't remember what the fuck her thing was, but it's impossible to get that context again. So we're gonna go back until before we talk to her so that I can get that context again when we do that. Commander Hildara, I feel ashamed to see you again. You were with Ivastan when we went through the Devil's Pass, weren't you? Also, thank you very much, Marcus. I had no idea about everything he was planning. Honest, I was a coward for doing nothing, and after we got out, you left. And that's enough. You like a chance to redeem yourself? Doesn't even say yes, just teleports into your pocket like a fucking... Like the backpack in Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. I forgot the name of. How are you doing? I meant to chat, not rest in front of you with my 18-lady big harem. These are fucked up times, old friend. Fucked up times. So true, dude. Another red light. Not anymore. I quit the mercenary company and I'm scraping by hunting monsters. You kept the armor though. Hey, it's great armor. You think this stuff grows on trees? And the cape? I like the cape, okay? I have an offer for you that might be better than monster hunting. Notably did not apologize for anything that happened. Yeah, Rebels Pass is how we triggered the quest. Or not, wasn't that Devil's Pass? I'll check. Yeah, this is what triggered the quest. We're gonna go back there later. That is what started the Hillstara's quest. The mercenary office is so in here? I guess that makes some sense. Hello, Lamia. I thought I'd only be able to enter as a mercenary, but Yelin has been surprisingly welcome. Commander Hillstara, I'm afraid I've fallen on hard times since leaving the Red Lights. Then you're just the man I'm looking for. Okay, the war monument is fucking outside, like, is so far out the range of where I would normally search. That's crazy. Are we gathering guys again? This is for Hillstara's side quest. We're gathering her old crew back together. So many lost. We were fools to think our little mercenary company could fight the Incubus Emperor. Our little Emperor company. Looking back, it does seem foolish, doesn't it? I didn't mean any offense, Commander Hillstara. You did a great deal in the war, unlike the rest of us. We killed we beat Evasten and the leaders of the Mercenary Corps, and apparently, like, most of them left right after the Hillstara incident way back in the day, and they just slowly all left the party because they didn't support him. So, after we went and murked them, I got the option to kill them, have them executed, or imprison them, and because I'm a little wuss-wuss, I decided to imprison them. And then Hillstara was like, can we get, like, the crew back together for, like, nostalgia's sake? But I haven't found a good place since then. Then I'd like to give you an interesting proposal. That's all of them, I think, right? No, Blade Master Guild and Artford. Then it's all of them. Yeah, it's Hillstara's quest. And you know me, if I hear a quest, I do a quest. Wait, no, I've forgotten where everything is. Motherfucker, Artford is here. Really? Both of them? That's crazy. Hello there. Might we discuss entrance testing for the Blade Masters? Well, I suppose. Damn it, nothing but physical tests. This information is useless for intelligence testing. Perhaps this explains a certain person of ill repute. You seem to be drawing on the talents of the entire harem. I suppose I am. I hope that was an offer of your own. You may not be in the harem, but I consider you a part of our nest. Well, that's very sweet of you to say, but I had a question. The longer we go, the more I really hope they don't unperson Vala. She's so cool, dude. This is one of the... I think Vala is one of the best characters in the game, dude. She's so good in the context of the rest of the story. Do you believe that spreading more means of violence makes the world a better place? Chat, vote yay or nay for a big philosophy tangent. Can't even blame me for going on a tangent when the game asks the fucking question. This isn't even fucking unprompted. This isn't even ADHD. The real answer is it depends on the scale of the violence. I think it's sort of a Pandora's box. If one person has it, if you've got extreme violence, i.e. nukes, if one person has it, that's worse than everyone having it. But it's very, very rough. Like, you don't want to start it. The problem is it's... I think a root cause of violence is asymmetry, both of resources and of expectations. And... well, resources and I suppose, strength. Like, resources can mean strength, but I mean, I don't mean strength when I say resources. And if spreading more means of violence makes that more symmetrical, it probably reduces the violence in the world overall and makes the world a better place. The issue is that doesn't account for the culture change that violence will bring. If you have an environment where you're fostered into becoming a warrior early, then you're going to be more inclined to violence than if you were a scholar. So spreading that the means of violence might in fact change the culture in a way that facilitates more violence, independent of how warranted that violence is. Which makes this an insanely complicated question. The answer on paper and the answer in practice, it's impossible to know how close they are in reality. Like, no matter how you toss and turn it, you can't really know the result. Or at least I don't think we have any studies that would in any way come close to approximating a true answer to this question. That is quite a question. Yep. But I do. There's great discipline that comes along with the arts I want to teach. I'm not denying that there are benefits to martial disciplines. I've dedicated my life to them. But the ability to fight unarmed puts the capacity to kill into far more hands than before. And without them, who has the capacity to kill? It's really nice when I go on a philosophy tangent and the game sorta goes on a similar tangent to what I do afterwards, because I feel smart. The powerful and the wealthy, those who already have that power, will always acquire more means of it. The root of violence lies in the asymmetry of means and resources. But anyone can learn my arts. The weak can have some weapon against the strong. The hard part of this is that, in reality, I think we've actually graduated past this. Once again, I will qualify this by saying this is not a crystallized thought. This is not something I've really pondered. It's more of a spur-of-the-moment thought, so don't lend it too much credence. But those who already have that power will always acquire more means of it. Like, the idea here is that if you up the means to commit violence to the average person, it'll counteract the extreme violence that, you know, the powerful have access to. But I look at something like the US and gun control, and the fact that, like, so many more people have guns there. I think our modern society, the way that, like, the legal system and the justice system in general is set up, this is not a bad thing, by the way, on its face. I'm not critiquing it in the sense that, oh, this is bad. But I think a consequence of how strong that system is relative to, like, medieval times, etc., and how hard it is to get away with crimes and with violence. Even if you had an entire, like, population that's armed and have the means to commit violence, I think it is very, very difficult to convince them to use it, even in self-defense. Like, the myth of the, like, if you have a gunman, then the only response is a hero with a gun, I think just falls completely flat on its face. But that's sort of what they're arguing here. The weak can have some weapon to stand against the strong. The hard part is that also, that's not even the same. That's a closer thing. That's not really quite the same. Or it sort of is. The fact that the law works as a third party that has way, way, way more power than any individual does means that it's not a question of, hey, you pull out a gun, I pull out a gun in response, we're fighting. It's, oh fuck, you pulled out a gun. If I pull out a gun, the entire justice system is going to come down on me as well. So the consideration will always have that third party with infinitely more power than you do to consider and contend with. Which is also why, I suppose what I'm really saying is actual literal capacity for violence is not the same as the power to avoid responsibility, which might play a more important role in our society today than it does like earlier on in society. The threat of like state-sponsored violence is way disproportionately stronger than any individual is. The only way, like, even if you put... You couldn't put weapons in the hand of every person and have them suddenly stand up against the state. You would have to also make them... You would have to have that group team up in order for anything to really... In order to have a strong enough counter force to not just fall to the prey of state-sponsored violence, or fall prey to state-sponsored violence, the threat of it. Otherwise, even if everyone is armed, it's like, okay, are you gonna defend my rights to, or whatever, to do this just because we're neighbors or whatever? And I don't think anyone can assume that in the current day, so it's a weird spot to be in. Because on the flip side, I don't think society gets any better if we didn't have that, like, state-sponsored violence threat looming above us. At least not, like, immediately. There might be ways to make a better society that doesn't have that threat. But I don't think the removal of it would be better. Or rather, less violent is a better metric than anything else. Better or worse is way too arbitrary. Vague, rather. But I don't think you'd get less violence if you remove the threat of the law and state-sponsored violence from the equation. Look at how many people in the US have guns and don't kill the guy or any of the other guys. Yeah, but, I mean, that's what I'm saying, that the reason for that is not necessarily that... Like on paper, you have equivalent means as the other person with the gun, but you don't want to have to deal with state-sponsored violence on top of that, because... Look, you are going to lose. Hell, even in media, you've got superheroes and shit, and even they are like, I don't think I'm gonna deal with being on the run for months on end, and I'm super intelligent, super speed, super whatever. Like, it's just not worth it, man. Violence is a natural result of competition over resources, IMO. Thus, I believe the best solution we have is to have one benevolent wielder of violence while making it harder for most people to commit violence. Disagree. I think a better... Like, I think you're describing nuclear deterrence. I think having one superpower with that ability is much worse than having multiple ones with that ability. But, like, I think mutually assured destruction is the thing that's keeping world peace together. And I think that's probably fine. I think that's probably better than the alternative. But if only the US had nukes, for example, I think we would live in a much different world than we do at the current time. Or maybe we wouldn't live in the world at all. Who knows? I'll accept that answer. Well reasoned. Vala just complimented me and said I reasoned well. That's so nice. And it was a test? I just wanted to be sure whether or not I wanted to help you. Through my connections, you could potentially involve Blade Masters, Unpeople, and other elite groups in Artford. Hello, Blue. Is that Shroud? Pew, 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 pew. That's an amazing emote. I didn't even know that. Of course, if you're concerned about the level of difficulty, you could also just cast a wider net. What a weird... Okay, but like, this is an insanely weird selection of choices, right? This isn't just me. What the fuck does focusing on these individual categories do for me? I don't know, man. Like I don't know what this means at all. I don't even know if they correspond to what's the word? I don't even know if they correspond to the three values like quality, accessibility, and skill, or if there's like one of them gives 2 quality and the other one gives 3. You know, like I don't know, but that's fine. We'll just vibe, I guess. if I fought it, I guess Blade Masters would be difficulty or like skill. People's like a middle ground and everyone is just pure accessibility. I'll do on people. Who cares? I don't like the Blade Masters, so we're not gonna do the Blade Masters. Time to save scum? Nah. That one didn't feel like a save scum. A red light in the Blade Masters Guild? Hilstara, I haven't seen you in a long time. You look far stronger. Are you leading the red lights now? The worst part about this entire segment is that it's putting into perspective how much I probably missed in the last open world segment. And I can't get over the feeling that I've missed a research. But hopefully I haven't. Because I don't remember if I did a research last open world segment. You really haven't heard? I was second in command, but then the company broke apart for various reasons. I was looking for recruits to rebuild the company, but I suppose you have a life here, don't you? I do, and I don't want to go back to Ivastan's old outfit. Ah, but he's gone. Permanently. That's probably good for the red lights, but I'm much happier with the Blade Masters. Then I'm glad for you, and I'll leave you be. Wait, there are some who don't fit in here. What if I send potential recruits your way? That'd be wonderful. Why would you send it here and not to, like, the Order of Silence? I mean, I guess old friend, you know, would be the reason. Okay. I guess we're doing the Lilith thing. I haven't done any combat in a while. Let's see what the Lilith quest is. Alternatively, because like, I don't think any of these are easy to complete. Could be like wins maybe, but then you have to go back. I want, what's his name? I want Simon to not be a sad piece of shit. Oh wait! Oh no, that still said visits with many, my bad. I don't want Simon to be a... I guess actually, we should finish the Stars quest if I've done everyone there now, before we do anything else, because when we looked up if my save was broken last stream, the conclusion we came to was that no, it's not broken, and also I'm 1 point away from making Simon not be a depressed piece of shit, so... I say that as someone who's had depression, it's okay for me to joke about. Don't joke about it yourself, okay? I have the pass, but let me see. Did you give everyone Crimson Cape? We watched Entrance of Steinford Mine. We've done in Farahome. We've done Hunt Bounty on the Camp. We've done Mercenary Office. We've done Blade Master Guild. We've done. Yeah, that's all. Just stop being sad. Exactly. That's really what I've been saying for like most of my my time on Earth. Yes, hello. Me, I'm Red Light. A skeleton? No, an orc. A Rodakan orc, I believe. Quite far from home. What the fuck? Wander long time, then find nice armor. Me, I'm Red Light now. Do you understand what that actually means? Yes, me, I'm Red Light. Hello. Well, you have one part of it down. This one doesn't feel violent to me. Maybe the others can control him. And welcome to the Red Light Mercenaries, I suppose. Yes, hello. Yes, hello. We are having 8 Red Light big guys. The task is mostly done. The Red Light Mercenaries will work with Yihilini's soldiers to keep Rebels Pass completely safe. You've done well. There's really no need for additional funding. Many of them are experienced mercenaries with some funds stored away. They'll stay until the fees for the pass cover their costs. Others should follow quickly if we have our own shipments to use it. Merchant's Pass couldn't handle all the trade anyway, so this should be entirely good. I should visit Merchant's Pass, or the merchant camp in Steinford. I completely forgot that was the place. Didn't you say something about Rebels Pass being the fastest a very long time ago? Literally in Chapter 1. This is like 5 hours into the game that they mentioned this. This game is so fucking stupid. Huh. Life is funny. I've had a lot of dreams that I left behind. When I joined the harem, met you and so many others, I thought that I'd given up my old dreams of being a mercenary. I did grow beyond them, but that doesn't mean they were worthless. I'm glad the red lights can do some good in the world. Both of us failed in many ways, but we managed to do some good after all. Just a little. Did you really fail, Simon, if we've now confirmed your destiny was to be completely mediocre and, like, die? Like, as soon as someone with a strong destiny came around, you would just fall over dead? Haven't you done pretty fucking well staying alive until you got the shard? You're an outlier of an outlier. I'm grateful to you, Simon, but you already know that. Let's just sit and watch the sunset for a while. Of course. Yippee! Does that mean... Okay, so they said we needed one more point, so assumption being now we have stopped being a depressed piece of shit. That skeletal orc is strange, but he hasn't been a problem. Just really seems to want to be a red light. After Vastan rammed the red lights into the ground with his criminal acts, I thought we'd never return. Yes, hello, me, I'm a big red light guy. Neat place. Okay, can I have sex now? This is nice. What's that? The base, you mean? Just everyone being together. The atmosphere of everything. Yes, everyone enjoys their lives. Yara, I think that I've moved beyond the point where I need sex. Why the fuck are we even playing the game then? This is a violation of our contract. You are the hentai protagonist. Do you really mean that? But I want it. The shards no longer have any hold on me, but I still want all of you. I can no longer relate with this character. I am personally fueled by a primal need to procreate and spread my seed. I find no enjoyment in the process, and now I find Simon to be utterly unrelatable. As such, I'm sorry to say, but I see no reason to continue this fiasco of a run. And I think we're gonna end the game here. I always said that you can't let the fallacy I forgot the name of, and I'm searching my memory for. The sunk cost fallacy, control your actions. You gotta let go when it's over. And I think this was my breaking point. Simon. Wait. I know what to say here. We're glad to have you with us. Huh. You better make up for lost time. Hugs. Help Simon recover from his ordeal in the incubus prison. Look away. Not a sex scene? Oh. Bam, we're so back, dude. We're so back. Voila. It's time to fuck. Yeah, sometimes when we got this base introduced to us, sometimes when you slept it would trigger a sex scene, but I think we've done all of them. What if you sleep here? In the sex base? Nope. One, two, three, four, five, six. There are 6 more characters left to unlock. That is an insane amount. It's very... Actually, this dialogue is very funny. I'm glad to see you well, Simon. That sounds like a grueling ordeal. Imagine having to care about sex. That's fucked up, man. You owe me all kinds of crazy shit right now. So the order this goes in my head is that the lower one is like if I think about every single dialogue I've seen of this, where you can pick a sex scene, I feel like the one at the bottom is always the most fucked up one. I think it's very funny that like missionary is the hottest, like most forbidden one for Trin. So like hypothetically, this means yeah, Robin is here now. Good. Father, I have a small request and suggestion. What's that, Robin? It began when I was assisting the Order with an anomaly. A few magical supplies had gone missing, with a pattern suggesting theft. The odd thing is that the theft magic is relatively incompetent, but powerful, as if someone was given a tool beyond their skill. Is this tower magic? Could it be a ploy from either of our enemies? Chill, man. If so, it would be extraordinarily clumsy of them. No, I think someone is just using the tower to slip around barriers and commit petty crimes. This is, by all accounts, not a critical problem. But do you think it's worth exploring? As it happens, this incident accords with some of my own research and a project I had in mind. You previously helped me create an offhand crystal, and I was very grateful, but I cannot keep up with our present challenges. I disagree. I don't think you've gotten a better offhand since. The obvious solution is to use tower-tier magic or materials, but I don't want to stretch our already limited resources. Like, the special effect of using less mana that's on your offhand is better than every other offhand in the game. I have a solution. With some help from others, I've pinpointed a specific location in the tower filled with arcane knowledge. But that brings me back to my first topic. Such an attempt is likely to draw the thieves seeking arcane materials. So we'd need to be prepared? Yes, the entities manifesting within this part of the tower would also likely be very formidable. But provided we can fight our way through, we could gather useful resources and assist our allies in one stroke. That seems like an excellent idea. Is there a time frame? The funny thing is, Kirby, I think I'm underutilizing Robin significantly. Her disable ability is the strongest status effect move in the game, I think. And every time I see it and I use it, I'm like, this shit is insanely goated, and then I forget about it and I never use it in my strategy ever again. Like, every time I need to test what an enemy is weak to, I should be using her for her disable, because it does fucking everything. Not compared to the imminent threats facing the world. I've dealt with all the busy work. Just speak to me again if we're ready for the challenge. Yeah, later. Later, alligator. Okay, Lilith time. No. Not Lilith time. One thing first. One thing first, before I forget. Bar time. Which is this one? Why the fuck did this not trigger last time? Was it because I was depressed and sad? Simon, we seem to have determined that... Wait. Simon, we seem to have determined that this bar is safe. So, might you want a conversation? Of course, Orkant. I merely thought... I know you have somewhat moved past your experiences during your imprisonment, but... Yeah, okay, so this didn't trigger because I was depressed. This is so real. People don't invite you to things when you're depressed. Oh, as soon as you stop being depressed, people invite you to stuff. Isn't that fucked up? You just don't trigger events like this. I'm kidding. I wouldn't mind talking about it more. I believe you may have downplayed some aspects of your torment. Orkant, you need to work out more, man. I need some bulging muscle out of you. Have I? I thought I was rather blunt with everyone, though I suppose I was overwhelmed with relief at the time. Perhaps, but I had a more abstract question about your experience, if you'll permit it. Go ahead. I wonder, to what degree was your suffering directly inflicted by the prison, and to what degree was it a product of the sheer amount of time? hard to say. I'm not inclined to run experiments on it. But to answer your question seriously, I would say that the balance began with the prison and swung toward time as this experience continued. I can hypothesize the reasons, but please specify. I love Boyo. You need to lift Boyo. The prison was specifically designed to torment Incubus Kings, so there were certainly ordeals. The withdrawal of sexual energy was the first to be critical. From your account, I might have predicted it was the constant assault by monstrous phantoms. I suppose that the early stages of sexual withdrawal felt almost like a mere prologue to the entire experience. The monsters were certainly rough, since they were designed to wear down our souls, but that problem, though painful, could be gradually overcome. Ah, where's the fact of your imprisonment itself? Yes, I have enough strength in the tower to resist certain attacks. I don't know why my brain read that as racist. Certain attacks. I have enough strength in the tower to resist certain attacks, like Tanorak's assault, but I can't make changes in the same way. There was a time earlier on when I believed I might master tower magic. If not enough to escape on my own, at least I could assist everyone else. I had a fantasy of emerging unscathed to greet everyone. The memory of that fantasy became increasingly painful over time. Hence the second aspect to your time imprisoned. From that, can I take it that the threats failed to properly scale, so to speak? They did to some degree, but as the resources available to me increased, I was able to overcome them. I started playing Hades 1 last week for the first time. Nice! Yeah, I need to remember his name. It's, Dreamy Boy. No, it's not. No, it's the Skeleton. It's the Skeleton General, which also shares the voice actor with Zagreus. What the fuck is the skeleton named? Boyo. He's the guy who uses Boyo. But I forget what his named. Skelly. Yeah, he's Skelly. I love Skelly. Fun fact, same voice actor as Zagreus. So every time you have a conversation with Skelly, it's the guy talking to himself, which is very funny. For a time, the attacks kept the crushing emptiness at bay, but eventually, they became boring. I forced myself to keep fighting, but I did so as a mere golem of flesh. So in the end, you were left to struggle against your own mind, unless you suspect the prison was also influencing that experience. That's insane. I know, it's great. I love it. I'm not sure. I don't know if I can ever be sure. But yes, eventually it came to that, knowing that all actions were utterly futile, yet struggling anyway. A harrowing experience. Do you know the strange thing? Eventually, even horror starts to lose its edge and become dull. That was what I feared would fell me, in the end, that I would forget why I fought, forget everyone. This reminds me of One Piece, where they have a 2-year time skip, but the actual time that the crew like travels together is like 8 months or some shit like that. And you're like, every person you met during the time skip should reasonably be somewhat important to you compared to the main cast, because you've spent like an outsized amount of time with them. But they're never brought up again, like ever. It's really funny to me. The amount of time that you spent in the party with Simon is like 6 years, so it feels a lot more warranted, especially with how eventful it is, but he probably spent like thousands alone or some shit like that, some real bullshit number. Could you estimate what percentage of your time in the prison was filled with such ennui? Probably not. After the prison was tightened around me, it all runs together. That brings me to another question. If we had been slightly later rescuing you, might you have fallen? Or was the actual time immaterial? I'm not sure. I feel like it could have been longer or shorter, and I would have suffered much the same. And yet, I could feel myself wearing away. Eventually, I don't think there would have been anything left. I am glad that outcome did not come to pass. French word, Craigasm? Don't slander me. You helped me get through it, Orkant. You and everyone else. Goddess, what I would have given for a good conversation in there. I am glad that I could be helpful to you, even in absentia. Perhaps a lighter turn would be palatable. There was a topic I was reserving for an opportune moment. About what? It may be somewhat mean-spirited, but I thought you would want to know of certain attempts to teach philosophy in Takan. Thank you, Orkant. Truly. You gave me myself. I wish to return your gift to whatever degree I can. Okay, so I have another thing we're gonna do before we head into the Renfnor Wilds. Where the fuck is that portrait? It's not your fault. It's very kind of you to say. I still feel it is wrong. Oh, you can't put wall art up in here. For some reason I thought I could put up the... It's only the painted art and like character portraits. I thought I could put up the one we just saw of Simon and Orkant. You know what? We're gonna put up her. Just because I think it's funny. What's this? Oh, we just have a reminder of her. It's okay, I consider you the origins of many evils, but you didn't create the French. It's not your fault. Don't worry, Orchid is on every other painting. Orchid is on every other painting. Don't worry, we still have a lot of Orchids. We just have one of her, because she's funny. Now we can do the Renfnor Wilds part. I wonder if dialogue changed with, like, Fuani or something, because we're not depressed anymore. It seems you've already had your first taste of the wilds. Can you resist going for another? No? You've been to Westbrook? Please, that's practically civilization. I'm gonna kill you. This is gonna have another rat in it, once we've impressed him enough by going deep into the wilds. It's gonna have another Rat King in it. I'm calling it now. Okay, let's pursue Lilith. Everyone, get ready. And we just need to slip inside. That's what I said to her? That's what he said to her? That's what they said to them? Oh dear, the transition was much faster than expected, and it stripped away various defensive magics. Interesting choice of doing... What's it called? Trip hop? Trap? Is it trip hop or like... Trip step? What's it called? I think it's... Yeah, trip hop, I think. No, it's not trip hop, it's... Is it trap step? What the fuck's the name of this genre? I think it's trap step. Yeah, this is trap step, I think. Or rather, it uses a common beat structure from trap step, but I don't know if the song is trap step in general. What the fuck? The regular TTS voice message in my left ear going, ayo, ayo, ayo. Oh dear, oh dear. This song is a trip for sure. Oh dear, the transition was much faster than expected, and it stripped away various defensive magics. God, I can't. This song till... Like, the problem with this song is that every time you have a song that's like such an outlier like this, I always compare it to that one really fucked up weird Demon Root song that just randomly is a billion times weirder than the rest of the soundtrack. And now I gotta listen to that, because I just want a game to make me feel that way again, where they just pull like this almost did it, but it's not weird enough. You need to go weirder. You need to hit me with this shit. You need to hit me with this song. Like, again, opening up the boss fight to that and just getting hit by that song out of nowhere after everything else has been, like, regular, sort of, either regular basic bitch rock or, like, maybe slight orchestral. That shit killed me. I was like, what the fuck am I listening to? And I don't even dislike the song, I think it's pretty good. But this has the same effect, but to like 10% of it. I needed this song to be like 10 times weirder. But I guess it would overstay its welcome if we had to listen to it the entire zone. Are we under attack? We don't seem to be. I'm not sure what to make of this place. There's a lot of fucking chests. You found me, huh? I'm not up for any games today. We can leave. I'm not going to get involved with anything for a while. Just leave me alone. You promise you won't interfere with current events? No promise can bind me, but I won't. If you demand that we go, we'll go. Do whatever you want. Just don't think you're going to change me. Or even find me. Have fun in this place. This is kind of a banger, though. Also, I have to point out, one of the cloud textures in the background, like, some of them sort of have it, but one specifically, I wish I could pause when it triggers. It's right on the green cloud. It's, like, between the green and the white there. It looks like a hit marker from COD. Also, the purple one there. Like, when it's properly gray, it looks exactly like a hit marker. So I feel like I have this song on, and it's like... Oh yeah, the one right above Simon, in the blue one. That's a perfect hit marker. It just fucking... It's like I'm playing COD again. And we're doing MLG ear editing. Oh yeah, this is equally colorful to that. I fucking love the outsider in Don't Look Outside. Found an iron sword. Okay, so what is the difference between a vicious mimic and a malicious mimic? Do you think the malicious mimic, like, hurts you emotionally but isn't very vicious? Outing yourself as a COD player? Oh, wrong one. I only have Call of Duty 3 and Call of Duty 2. Have I played these? No, these are from my Steam I only have 3 on my thing. The rest of it is Steam Family Library with a friend of mine. But I have 876 hours in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, unfortunately. Outing yourself as a Rivals player? I have 66 hours in Rivals. You know, Munch, back when I streamed Rivals, I had like 300 viewers, like 5 streams in a row. I could have made it, but then I stopped having fun with Rivals, and then they killed the stream immediately. We've had some people join from the Rivals streams, and they're like, what the fuck, you have 5 viewers, you were at like 300. I got raided by, like, I think it was Ludwig once or some shit, and then I just kept like a solid 300 viewers every stream. But then I was like, I hate Rivals, and I didn't stream for 5 months, and then we lost it all. I'm sorry. I'm a bad streamer. That's when I knew that, like, I really didn't give a fuck about becoming popular. Like, I also have a default party. That sucks. Like, I had everything I needed set up in order to... What's it called? Capitalize on it and try to... You know... convert it into a solid, like, career or whatever. And I was like, nah. Fuck that. Cannot be arsed. I loved reading the review for this game that I posted in the Discord a while back, and they pointed out Aka as like one of the more broken characters because she has the best disabling move in single target, and it also she's also the fastest, so she hits before like everyone, and I was like, Yeah, but who gives a fuck? Also, I think half our characters are dead right now. I think this is fucked. Do I have a quick stab? Do I have something that goes first every time? I think we literally died because we started in with the garbage team. Actually, we slowed that one, so maybe it's fine. But I think we're all dead. If I could revive now, I would, but it doesn't let me. Let's Healing Kiss and then revive Simon. Oh no, it came out first! I didn't think it would. Well. Oh, I thought I couldn't rest him. It rests with full HP? Dude, I have not used that character in so long. It's crazy. Okay, we'll fucking kill you. I CBA, you're so annoying. Plus L, plus ratio. Oh great, is that what we have to look forward to? Did anyone else feel like their attacks were strange? I'm not sure I'll be able to defend anyone here. Oh, it's all AoE. If only we had Robin with disable. I didn't pick my team! It went back to default teams. If only we had any useful character. I agree. I was about to respond... Wait. I was about to respond with an Italian saying, Pochima buoni. But well, it's Italian. Pochima buoni. What meme does that remind me of? Well, it's Bocce the Rock, but it's also something else. I remember what it is. There's nothing we can do except staying observant and alert. Let's keep moving. Oh, okay. There's a few things we can do. You know what? Who is it we need with Robin? Kum. This is why I don't use Robin, because I don't use Kum. And Disrupt is really, really good, but I need to run both for her to use it. And that sucks. Oh, with that said, let's give this team a try. Just, I guess we have updated almost everything here. Yeah, the Ancient Glove is worse, yeah. How the fuck do you have a headband? What the- wait. How do you have headband on? Lock the fuck in. Most dog shit item ever made. I guess I'll do... Oh my god, you have nothing good on you. Do any of these... None of these prevent status ailment. I guess we'll do this, because silence immunity is the most toxic thing in the entire game. Altina, be useful. Gathered healing. Is a hard C in Italian. Fucking bocchi ma buoni. Doesn't feel as good to say, so we're gonna do bocci ma buoni. Fucking bocci ma buoni. Seems to be locked. No doubt with tower magic we can't just break through. Having an aneurysm. Stupid sexy mimic emerged. A lobber emerged. Disrupt the stupid sexy mimic, and then defensive rain. How the fuck did we poison and blind that one? Oh, that's Kum's thing. Yeah. But yeah, the fact that, like, I wouldn't ever have picked anything that would confuse them, but now I could. It's pretty good. Guess I should just masturbate. Attack everything, Dark Lance this one, and then... I would assume this would also do a ton of damage. And then... I guess Cum Dump is a pretty good move together with Simon. I haven't thought about that. We're back to treadmill masturbating. I never stopped. I need to go on the treadmill more. I haven't put it up the stream. Should I put up the treadmill and walk for like an hour or two while we're playing? That'd probably be good for me. I have to walk to work at like 1 a.m. So I don't mind too much. But nah, we're too deep in the stream. It feels annoying to set it all up. Let's just keep playing. I'll walk on the treadmill next stream. I promise to start next stream on the treadmill. Mages. Non-sexual mages. Is there really no way of figuring out when these chests will try to chomp us? The treadmill part? Yeah, I am just masturbating right now. Actually, my fetish is engagement in chat. This area that's also why I let the above average stay for so long before I banned him. Because he was engaging in chat and I got off on it. This area is highly chaotic. I'm not... God, this game is gonna ruin my, like, filter for every future stream. If I ever get remotely popular, I have no censor at all for the jokes I make because of this game. This area is highly chaotic. I'm not sure the contents of the chests are even determined before they're opened. The chaotic sparklies are very chaotic, but Kumdam think there's a big confusing pattern. You may be right, Kum. We'll need to investigate this further. What do you mean you might be right? She said like nothing. I've seen your Umineko. Yeah, and it took me like I had to build up so much in order to tell Ryukishi to let me come. Now I would say it completely nonplussed, like Ryukishi, I need to come. Oh my god. Dong emerged. What the fuck do you mean Dong emerged? First we had stupid sexy mimic and now we have Dong emerged. This game, I mean, look at it. I guess you're right. I just didn't think the game would name the character. I didn't think they named the penis man Dong. Oh my god. Let's go kill the Dong. Let me masturbate with Kum. I love how cheap Disrupt is, really, like, given how strong it is. It's actually kind of disgusting. I guess we'll do Pretty Lands. In what way is that out of character for this game? Dong has not showed up yet, and we've seen those enemies. They always name them like penis zombies or something. Like, that's way better than Dong. Everybody raise your dongers in chat, is all I have to say. Hey, there's actually something left. Is this some sort of key? Shitty thing looks like it would fall apart if you tried to put it in your pocket. It's likely useful somewhere nearby. We're still on. We hit an open world segment. We're doing all our character... Look at my quest log. This is how you know we're in the end game. It says character and then request for like every single one of these. So we have to do all of these and they're like 5 hours each. And then we're doing the final part. Yeah. Found a new dimension. Wait, that's not... We've traveled deeper, closer to Lilith, I believe. Really feel that going from 106,595 sex to 106,597 sex really warranted reloading back to the prior save. Let's go to the next dimension. We travel deeper, closer to Lilith, I believe. I'm going to get every chest. Lilith, are you here? Nothing to do but keep searching deeper. I do have one positive sign. I believe we can determine which of these chests are worth our time, with decent accuracy. It is about understanding that everything here is made of weird sparklies. Or stuff. I think the bottom chest was locked before... Like, I opened the bottom chest first, and it said that the chest was locked. And then it said you found a new dimension the second time I interacted with it after we got the key. So I think you needed a key to get to the second area. That's good, because I'm just feeling chewed on, not any stronger. Alright, then we move forward, disturbing as little as possible. Wait. Yeah, this should be your dungeon. Look, I can't exactly explain it, but I think all of these are related to Lilith in some way. It reminds me of some of my own magic. Slave magic. And I'm just saying, if you're trying to recruit her, you may want to dig deeper. That said, I'm not the one getting hurt here. I'll keep that in mind. So we're going to get every chest, is what I'm hearing. Normal strategies may not work here, so we might want to reconsider our march. Also, hello, Isa. Isa-Lu, it's been a while. We might want to reconsider our marching order. I agree. I usually take point, but I'll stay back if it's more effective. What? Holy shit. For the first time ever, we can make parties without Simon in the party. And we're gonna put Simon in the party, because Simon's too goated. I genuinely don't... At the moment, I don't know if anyone's better, but like, you know, that's sick. He's just kind of goated, is the thing. He's really well geared too, and he has infinite mana. Good night, Marcus. This one seems to contain violent energy with no benefit whatsoever. Unfortunately. They did say to open like everything. Every character lost. Okay. Formation. Robin. No. We're doing our golded strat. You could have just destroyed it. The way they phrased it makes me think I need to open every chest. If you're trying to recruit her, you may want to dig deeper. I think all of these... I think these is referring to the chests. Are related to Lilith in some way. It reminds me of some of my own magic. So what I'm thinking is we need to open every chest. So I'm going to open every chest. This one is a dangerous... Did I just ignore all that dialogue? This happens often, I feel. I feel like I just... Like, there's a bunch of dialogue here. Yeah. We're doing a fight. We're gonna... Oh my god. Triple... Please stun them. If you can't stun them, we're fucked. It's gonna sexual mana Yara. Or Vala, but... Act first, act first, act first. That didn't stun. Immune? Immune to what? Weird. Oh! Pure Whip! I forgot she had that. That's actually really good to have together with Vala. I didn't even realize that. That's sick. Okay, yeah, this is fine. I say fine, but it's not good, but it's fine. Isn't it a strength? What's a strength? I need to see. I think Karina and Yara both have way higher magical defense than physical defense. I think they both just are blocking it because they're so much tankier. 200 heal. Let's heal ourselves there and then do a mass heal. A strength skill? No. The pure whip is a anti-sex skill. I'm pretty sure. Because Vala has all the anti-sex skills, and pure tends to refer to anti-sex. So I think it makes... It's really good against sexual, like succubi is my assumption. So if we get the succubi in a box that we saw earlier, then we're Gucci. Then we're ballin'. Warrior Slayer. That's a spooky name. Might have to lock in on what all the names are. Is it a strength for magic? Good question. I don't know that. I'd have to look in the VODs. Well, strength to me is just like these targeted shots that they're just a attack. It's kind of what I was thinking, but that makes sense. I love gathered healing. It just is so much faster for healing the entire party. It's not efficient, but I kind of don't care. Yeah, you have way higher M-def than anything else, so... I guess that's Warrior Slayer and Mage Slayer, 2 different attacks. This way is blocked by a tower knot. I feel certain the key is found within one of these chests. Okay. How the fuck did they have the enemy from Silksong? How did they have the conch flies from Silksong, but before Silksong released? These are just the conch flies, but amalgamated, and they're called flesh pudding instead. Hugger also looks vaguely phallic and very disturbing. I'm gonna try and disable the Hugger. I don't like Hugger. Bad vibes. Really bad vibes. Atrocious vibes. Really bad vibes. Atrocious vibes. Jesus fuck. I don't know if I can... I mean... I need to kill the Hugger, I guess. But you're gonna die. Unless I mean, balance nature, I guess. I hate to do this. Returning on battle animation so I can see what the fuck is going on. Wonder if this is some bullshit like he just really likes Simon. Who else would I want in this? I'd probably want... Didn't Ganasta get some cool synergies? Ganasta briefly attains a flicker of her old power. That sounds broken. These are so mana expensive, Jesus Christ. I want to like kill one really fast, so maybe we do Varia. I think Hugger is the one that's doing obscene damage. That's my guess. Mage Slayer. Okay, so you don't want the same... Chaotic Burst. Okay. Now I can actually see what the fuck they're doing. Which I think is helping me. Hopefully. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's helping. I didn't know that was electric. Destiny Slayer. Did that say Destiny Slayer? What the fuck? Me when I'm Destiny Slayer and my opponent's Destiny. What the fuck? I mean, I divine... I mass heal, I guess? Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, this went slightly better than last time. I need her to live. What? Oh my god, I didn't even know that. That's so tragic. Vala is immune to... Of course she is. That's so annoying. Oh my god, she's fully immune to the mana heal. You get the Amulet of Alchemy. Fuck it. You get the Amulet of Alchemy. You get to use consumables. I hate to be that guy. That ruined my entire month, dude. Knowing I can't just permanently get maximum mana of Vala specifically. Okay, who else do we do if we don't like Vala? I guess Ginasta? No. I guess Ginasta? Wait, no. I really like that. I really like Vala. I really like having infinite mana, though. Infinite mana's good. We want an even spread of mages and physicals, though, for sure. Guess we do Akka for a bit. Can't believe I'm using Akka. Jesus, how far we've fallen. We're gonna open every chest. The chest contained pain. Do you want to talk about the pain? Might be good for you to like process it. If not, that's fine too. I get that you're a little too manly to talk about pain. There's something odd about this sphere. Is it Lilith in disguise? I don't think so, but it's some of her essence. Nice try, but you're far behind. Where am I next? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Are we timed now? Do we need to be rushing after her? She isn't exactly running, but I can't follow the trail of her essence. I think it's a clue. It isn't what we're timed. It's something to do with a clock. Does that mean she wants to be found? I suppose we'll find out depending on how many mimics bite us. I really like the aesthetics of this place. This is what Jesus looked like. This is what the liberals don't want you to know. This is what Jesus looked like on the cross. Found minus 27 sex. Negative potentiality that destroyed some of our sex. We should be glad it wasn't explosive. Did we just get robbed by a treasure chest? It is what it is. How the fuck do we not have round sex? Did we get +1 sex from something? I really thought you were right, and I looked at it and I got a headache because we don't have round sex. We have angular sex again. The evil eyes emerged. Malicious mimic and hugger. Man, they need to fucking chill, all of these characters. I would like to turn the enemies on each other, but I don't know if I can. He's hurt a fuck ton. Speed Slayer? Defender Slayer. What the fuck? I don't know what the fuck any of that shit did, but it spooked me. I'm gonna go all out. And then I'm gonna... do that, I guess. Nice, everyone resisted it. Wonderful. Vala definitely, or Varya definitely the pick. How did you do free K to everyone? What the fuck happened? I will channel my luck. I will restore my health. I will... What the fuck happened? How are we here? I need a divine touch on Karina's stat. Crit. How did that not kill? That's crazy. Wait. They're not doing anything scary now. What the fuck? I don't understand. We'll figure it out. But this is why we turned off the... This is why we turned off... Or turned on animations, rather. So that we can see what the fuck is going on. This is gonna be the hardest enemy in the entire area. This one seems to contain violent energy with no benefit whatsoever. I hate this place. I'm fine using my consumables on this. Also, why is there... The wandering enemies are the chests. That's so fucking stupid. Are you an enemy? You look like an enemy. Dude, me and the gang. Posted up. Ready to fucking go. Can I death blow you? Actually, sexual stab is better. Because I know they're weak to it. I don't understand the rule. I mean, Destiny Slayer feels like the fact that we have her in the party triggers Destiny Slayer. But I don't know how to, like, circumvent that. Is it that every time she attacks, it triggers Destiny Slayer? So because she attacked one of them, it got to do the move Destiny Slayer. And if she didn't attack it, so like if the enemy dies... No. Is it because she's in the party? Intriguing. It's very funny, I'm gonna win this anyway. Never mind, I won't. Okay, if you guard and do nothing. Okay, so if you don't attack, they don't do the Giga broken move. Good to know. I take it all back. But how do I know which ones slay which? And I can't know it ahead of time either, but like, the answer to this is obviously don't have Varya in the party. That feels a little silly. But like, okay, someone not tied to Destiny. Let's get Kum in there. Double healer, let's go. You found a Legend of the Galactic Heroes meme, but it's only for Habit's mouse stream. You can post it. Sounds fun. So they shouldn't do anything. They shouldn't do any damage now, basically, because none of these are Destiny. No, they do Destiny. What? I thought it was tied to a character. I don't get it, man. This ship making no sense to me. In time for the best place? I don't understand how this place works in the slightest. But that's fine. We're gonna win, I guess, and that's what matters. Aren't you glad to be dead? Or glad to be alive? Yeah, I guess I'm glad to be alive. And I mean, we are gonna win the fight, so it's okay. It just feels weird. Maybe Karina counts as the Destiny character? If it's in reverse, it's quite clear. I'm sorry. I tried. I got it wrong. But I didn't get linked anywhere when I opened the link. Like I opened it in Discord and then it sent me nowhere. I think the server might be private, so I can't join it. To get the Discord link. I'm not in Hello Mouse's Discord. This shit sucks ass. No, he's that. Oh, I wasted one. It's fine, it's fine. Don't get mad, don't get mad. It's okay. You don't have a revive, but you do. Oh, I can't use it outside. I forgot that you can't use it outside. This feels like a really bad party. Let's do this. Yeah, we talked about it earlier that this track is weird, but it's not weird enough. It's like a weird middle point. Works in the yeah, this one worked. Nice. So you linked this meme, and you want me to view it. What is this meme you linked? What's the easiest way to do this? It's to full screen it and then set a window capture to the thing. Or is it for after the stream? You're the only one who's gonna get it? Okay, cool. I'll just do it after stream then. I've downloaded it 3 times because I clicked the link 3 times apparently. My bad. It do be like that. This one is a dangerous mimic that isn't guarding anything. Me and the bros. You're weak to like ice or something. Others lost. I forgot she had that. Wait, how the fuck? Hip shake is here? I thought hip shake was at the top, not at the bottom. Speed Slayer, okay. I don't know what the Slayer moves do. I don't know how they work. It's really weird. I do know that no, Firestorm. I do know that I have enough mana though, which is good. Cleavage. What? Yeah, that's everyone. Good. Okay, fuck you. Is it just RNG? Which one you use? Oh, wait. So Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I figured it out. I can't believe I'm so stupid. It just scales off of the stat. Destiny was what confused me, because I was like, what the fuck do you mean Destiny? It just means that if you have really high luck, it does more damage to you. Karina is giga slow, so Karina takes no damage because well, she's giga slow. So versus these fucks, we just need a slow party. That's it. Yeah, she has 200 versus 400, so like Varia is slow. Ilstar is slow. So like this will take like no damage. I can't believe it took me this long to figure it out. I'm actually a little bit ashamed of that. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, see? Yara just has very low defense, so she takes damage anyway, but... EQ... Equipment shit? Yeah, makes sense. That is a rational conclusion. But I don't want to change. I think I'm perfect already, so I'm not gonna change. $6K? Jesus. Okay, Histara. If that lived with 1 HP and then got hit by Aegis Assault, I'd been really mad. Okay. That makes it way more. I don't know why I didn't clock that. That feels stupid on me, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, she seems pretty good. She's doing fine. I've committed to doing every chest. I can't believe... I think the YouTube comment was like, this is their favorite part of this entire segment. And I think they hate me. I think that commenter hates me. Douglas Elder or whatever they're called. Sorry, Douglas, but I think you hate me. This one seems to contain violent energy with no benefit whatsoever. I stand by what I said. I think they hate me. They keep spoiling stuff? Yeah, I think I might hide their comments from the channel. At this point. I walked in a circle. You know what? For my own safety, now that we're reaching the end of the game, it was fine when I was blind still, or not blind. When I already knew everything that's happening, but we reached a point where I'm fully blind, so I am going to hide their comments from the channel. I apologize, Douglas, but no, I've turned off channel activity notifications from you. Or rather, I muted you as well, so I won't be spoiled by anything you write. I also won't read anything you write, but for other people in the chat, you can spoil them. I don't give a fuck. You probably have played the game if you watch the stream anyway. They can decide not to read the comments. But no, I won't get spoiled. The streamer won't get spoiled. The royal streamer won't get spoiled. This one's definitely a mimic. Hey, you want a potion? I suppose. Here you go. Found a health potion. Toodles! I got so boomed, because smart sexy mimic, that makes sense. It's not a stupid sexy mimic, it's a smart sexy mimic. Jesus Christ, this game is stupid. I love it. It was a nice bitey thing. Dude. I got owned. This one seems to contain... We're using the 4 mana heal on Robin because she can recover her own mana and everything costs less mana and she has a lot of it. This one is a dangerous mimic that's not guarding anything. Yeah, I know! Is this an itemless run? Not entirely, but it's been pretty itemless. We are gonna use items here. I just want to be efficient. But like, we've used... You can run from battles. Oh. No need to reset? Oh, good. My bad. I didn't realize. Yeah, we're gonna run and then make sure we get our team going between fights. But yeah, we have been going mostly itemless, but I also don't bother reloading to not use items. So whenever we're in a fucked position, we end up using items, yes. We want Vala for this. We want... Yeah. And then we want... I guess Nalili. That's good. Like this. Thank you very much, by the way, for that help. Appreciative harem. I forgot they had Mage Slayer. I thought they did a different attack. You have no magic. You have really high magic. Your magic is ass. Your magic is asser. Your magic's also high. It's funny because the main reason that you don't want Simon in the party is that he's too good. He just takes too much damage from everything. Didn't I have a higher level one of that? I guess Arrow Purity is the cheaper one, so that's the one we're gonna use. Furious Strikes. Mother's Lust. Aegis Assault. I don't even need to Aegis Assault. I should just like attack normally with her. Oh my god, everyone is out of mana. This shit sucks. I need to turn off animations again. How's your day going? Yes, you specifically. How's your day going? Comment in chat if you're watching this part. Or not in chat. Comment on the VOD if you're watching this part. I'm talking to you. I hope your day's been good. I'm really curious. I'll read it in the future. There, we've engagement baited the VOD viewers. Talking to who? The VOD viewer. Which I obviously value about as equally high as the Twitch viewer. And I totally don't ignore them fully. Oh, this place loops. This place loops. I didn't even realize. I kept thinking there were more areas to go to, but this place loops. This one isn't a mimic, but it still feels potentially unpleasant. Found monsters, okay. Raise your fucking dongers, chat. No, guard. Okay, no, we do defensive rain, and then we guard, and then we just do the fucking AoE ability with Nalili. I should have fixed animations. 5 years later. Imagine playing this game with animations on. That shit's crazy. I can't... Like, this is the type of shit where I'm like, Genmilas must be sabotaging me for wanting me to play with animations on. Like, are you kidding me? Do you want the experience to be a billion times worse? Like, there's no universe where it's correct to play with animations. At least if you're streaming this. Shit takes fucking forever. Definitely? Yeah, okay, cool. I didn't know you were here, but I was comfortable shit-talking you. As if you weren't here. Even if you were. But you can still comment caught emoji. That is very valid still. Let's see. Sands of Time. One perk of this is that I can walk around with the different characters as the walking character instead of Simon, which is cute. I like Vala. Oh, let's do the Giga Mimic. Well, I don't want Vala in the party, because she is out of mana. Describe in depth the philosophical influences that inspired the writing of Orkant. I think I'd rather die. I didn't turn off animations. We gotta turn. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't do another fight. Wait, are these the ones with the mage killer? No, these are the warrior killer ones, I think. I think these are the warrior killer ones. I could be wrong. In which case, Nalili and Hisar are about to fucking die. I'm so sorry. You're about to get cooked. But, you know, it is what it is. So, when you said I don't have to quit out, because you can run from battles. The issue is as soon as I take damage, I waste mana healing, so then it's better to just do it this way. Okay. So it's death they're looking at. And you're gonna get cooked. You're fine. You're too high. You're fine. Yeah, this is okay. Heyo random? Man, I can't believe you're shit-talking in my chat like that. That's fucked up. You'd call them a random? Wow. I thought we raised you better than that. Okay, there is his lightning. Let's do fire. Quake! Yeah, I still would like to debuff them, I guess. You're pretty good. You're a good healer for this, actually. Let's run this team, I think. No. We want Altina instead. If it turns out there's no bonus to getting all the chests, don't tell me. I don't want to know that I wasted my time. I'm perfectly happy not knowing that information. So surprised that does that much damage, actually. I thought it would do way less. Only 1,000? But like, if they're using Defender Slayer... Maybe it's looking at both... Wait, there's a really easy way to do this. I think I'm being stupid. Don't I just do Karina to buff? Because buffs don't count. Don't you also have a buff? I think you do. Well, this is not what I was thinking. It's agility and crippling one opponent. Double heal like this isn't the worst. But what I was thinking is, if I just remove her fucking... Well, maybe we do her. If I just remove the helmet and I remove the Sylvan Cloak, are we gonna take no damage now? Then we lash out 3 times like a baller. Wow. That's literally the solution. Oh my god. Okay, I was more fine with the different attack ones, but having to unequip my fucking gear is tilting me. Does this give defense? It does give a little magical defense, but... Favorite part. Your favorite part is this shit. I'm never trusting a Shatter ever again. Or not Shatter, a VOD viewer ever again. The chat's been good. It's just... Actually, I want the mana buff, so we're keeping that. Does this give defense? Yes. Okay, we've unequipped everything. The favorite part here is the character. Very fair. That's at least better than liking the combat part. If only I could Poison Storm them. That'd be nice. Or like do an AoE disable on all of them. That would also be nice. Yeah, they can't be poisoned. Wild Lashing. Healing. Healing Aura. Quake, because I want to fucking kill you. Sorry, that came out a little too harsh. I mean, I want to engage in a discussion. Oh my god, I didn't kill it. Now they're all gonna die. That's so annoying. Whatever. Reviving Aura. No! I misinputted. I meant to do Quake. Who kills them the fastest? It has to be you, Varia. And then we unequip everything you own. I unequipped a Dwarven Helmet in order to equip a Dwarven Helmet. I'm losing it. I can't lose this. I can't. If doing the buff with Karina counts as getting more defense, that's gonna suck. Otherwise, we've done it. We won. I'm counting it here. We've already won. Strong below the weak is an enemy. Good. Shield of Purity. Oh my god, they killed Karina in one go, even though I unequipped everything. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. This is the worst dungeon of all time. Oh my god. Die! Just please! Leave me alone! What? Oh, she lost so much HP she could... This place fucking hates me. I don't know if I'm skilled enough for this. I think I might not be skilled enough for this dungeon. This gives so much attack. If I remove this and remove this and do this, sexy librarian glasses, and then I do the issue is that Karina just fucking dies. But who else would I do? I need an AoE heal. I guess Athena is the AoE heal that doesn't have a bunch of defense. Yeah, it's all unequipped. Okay. This is the winning team. Remember, we're doing this for a chest that explicitly doesn't guard anything. It's awesome. AoE heal. Or... no, cleavage. It evaded. I died, thank god. Okay, we're doing it. We're winning. We're winning. Just don't look at the screen. I'm tilted. I got the healing burst. I like that they don't cost mana. I got the other burst. Healing aura. Orgy of blows. We're winning. We're winning so hard. I can't believe we've done it. I'm counting my chickens before they hatch. I'm doing it. I don't care. Literally impossible to lose from here. Oh my god. I wanna die. But not in-game. That gave 0 experience, by the way. There's no universe where the erosion... How does it auto-equip erosion dress? What are we doing here? It's not even the highest stat total. Oh my god. Auto-equip is such a meme. Insane meme. That's fair, I guess. I forgot that autofill changes weapons and stuff. As well. He really thinks Rabid Whip is the best? That's really funny. But like Naked Apron is a billion times better than Erosion Dress, so how... I don't understand what criteria it uses. This one I can at least get it, because Tormented Shield is a big meme, but Erosion Dress should not be the default equip. It makes 0 sense at all. Why is that considered the optimal auto-equip? That's why I never use auto-equip in these games, because it's always bad. Okay, I don't remember what they have. I don't care. We're gonna win. It'll be easy. And if you don't believe me, well, I guess we lose. It evaded, Mother's lost. Great. I only saw the second one there, which was Warriors. Okay, but like if you all died immediately, this would be free. So they got Speed Slayer, Warrior Slayer, and Destiny Slayer. So luck, luck, attack, and speed. We're gonna keep Nalili. This is probably fine. Wait, doesn't she have the... Oh, there, hold the line, that's it. Hip check on... You're the Destiny Slayer one, I think. That didn't do jack shit. That's fine. Warrior Slayer. Destiny Slayer. Okay. Maybe we're fine? Okay, we might be fine. Speed Slayer could fuck us still, but other than that, I think we might be fine. I wish I had hip check. That would really, really help here. Kiss of Steel. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose this. It's gonna... Bash. I don't even think we did anything too wrong, except Altina dies way too fast. Oh no, you're gonna die instantly. Okay, Simon, I need you to hard carry. Your high HP total is gonna fix this. Incubus strike that one. What? It resisted it? I thought it was weak to... I guess I had that wrong. I thought it was weak to that. I mean, this should steal. And then support allies. Okay. Defend Nalili. Then just fucking bash the pudding. Not a euphemism, by the way. Holy... No. Not Holy Burst. We do mass heal. And then we do cleavage. Then we lust renewal on that one. Okay, that killed one of them. and kept us in pretty good state. I need these to fucking die. Okay, so this should heal her. Unless she dies to speeds thingy. She lived. Okay, we're good. Is there a way to do this? Switch out Karina for Yara. Then go back. Appreciative Harem into Sexual Mana on Hilstara. And then Kiss of Steel there. And then Guard. No, it triggered first! Oh my god. It gave me a large mana potion. I'm so defeated, I'm gonna use a large mana potion. I'm here to delay the fight, the combat. Have you been watching the new season of ReZero? No, I've been rewatching the first season of ReZero in an attempt to catch back up, because I watched all of season 2 and then a bit through season 3. So I'm catching up. The season will probably have ended by the time I'm caught up, but I wanted to rewatch it so that I actually remember what's going on. I don't see any mimics left, so I think we just have to look for the clock thing. Looks pretty mimic-less to me right now. I think we might have dealt with the most horrible part of this. Also, this is a baller fucking statue. Is this a what's it called in Fallout? I'm rewatching the whole show, yeah. What, is this they're not called a Death Fiend. What are they called in Fallout? I forgot, but I think it looked like one. Deathclaw. That's it. Okay, we gotta find... There, I found it. Nothing there either. I knew you'd figure it out, but I hoped you wouldn't find it amid all this junk. But that's okay. It can be a sexy chase. Personally, I think the stone bench is sexiest, but for conventionally sexy, there's a succubus statue around here somewhere. You like the stone bench? We're doing the stone bench. What? I need to find the statue? I still feel like I need to rewatch the whole thing again. Yeah, I mean, that was what I felt too, which is why I'm doing it. It's a good show. It's a show I have mixed feelings on, but which I think is overall pretty good. There are parts I don't like, but there are a lot of parts I like. Which is most media, to be fair. I've accidentally walked into Orojorman, god of all serpents, trying to reach the statue and not looking. Huh. That feels like a my B type of situation. I feel like we kind of hit the my B button and we do like a sexual mana thing. Maybe we hip check you. I had like a very tiny suspicion that that would happen when it didn't let me flee. But I'm so mind-boomed that it actually happened. What the fuck was that? Its essence seemed to simply collapse. Lame. The ultimate optional boss. How could you possibly have defeated it? I got as an achievement. Did you want to fight a monster snake god that huge? Kinda. I did too. We'll just have to get Simon to make us another kind of huge snake. True. I'll fight that too. This dungeon is mentally booming me so hard. Ooh, you found my sexy side. Next I want you to plunge deep inside. You're a child, please stop. Not sure how to take that one. She's being intentionally obscure. Surely we can find something that would normally extend deep underground. Simon, what exactly are your intentions regarding Lilith? I want her as far away from me as possible. Beyond what I already said. I think it's more than that. You went out of your way to follow her, and she's actively teasing you. There's definitely some Meston's longing in her, but I don't know. Let's do it. We've got goddesses, an emperor, an empress, Ganasta. Why not get Chaos itself in the harem? Because she looks 12. That's the main reason. She looks 12. Don't fuck the lolly. Dude, I'm freaking out. I'm in my 30s and my similarly aged friends are so sex repulsed in media. What is happening? I think a lot of people never examine how sex repulsed our society is in general and how much shame is associated with sex and sexuality. And they just carry it with them their entire lives without examining it. I run into people like that constantly. It's pretty rare, and I don't know if there's anyone in my friend group I would consider a prude in that sense, but I'm definitely more sex positive and generally sexually open than a lot of people around me. And yeah, that is just a thing that people are. I don't blame them as individuals, but it can be really frustrating when it's like, no, the sex scene in the movie isn't detracting from it. It is part of the vision. Let it be, you know? I don't want him to do it to collect more people. How can someone so sexy be so boring? She does seem sad. It's clear she wants us to come in, but I'm not sure what she really wants. I'll let her decide that, but we need to take Lilith off the table. Off the table and into the bed! Well, it's immaterial unless we actually find her. With all the sexy harem talk, I have 100% forgotten what Lilith's clue was. I said I want you to plunge deep inside me. Stop talking about emotions and get to it. Drill? Is there an oil drill here? A well! Can we please fail the quest then? No, I have trust that this is not gonna go the way. If anything, she's gonna transform into a hot 30-year-old lady. Like, we'll figure it out. A well! A well goes really deep. Ding ding! If you really want to find me, next is a big old golden tree. Was that an obscured clue? I think we should take it at face value. Maybe she wants us to find her. Nah, fuck you! Are we certain that it would be wise for Lilith to join us? Might she not simply change her mind? Meston was chaotic, but ultimately a stable ally. I think they're more similar than she might admit. Assuming that she can be tamed. Do not tame the ostensibly childlike chaos demon. But you all don't mind? Hey, we put up with Trin. I'm the one putting up with all of you, thank you very much. I think the nest is more lively with some strange members. And you know I'm for it. Come on, let's find this golden tree. A lady, you say. Every time you write, you excuse... Like... Every time you write, I stop trusting everything for like a little while. You're a problem, Genmelas. You're really almost here. I figured you would give up or get sick of me. Lilith. Have you had some fun exploring this place? I hope you have. It really is impressive, right? Genmelas is... bringer of fucking doom. Like you're oh, which one is it? It's not pestilence. Is it war? No. Which of the four horsemen is the bringer of like bad news? I forget which one it is. The first one. If you really want us to come to the heart of things, you'll find me within a golden urn. it's famine, war, pestilence, and death. Yes, I forget which one is first. I think it's famine that's the first one. Or no, it's pestilence that's the first one. It's pestilence, famine, war, and death, I think. In that order. So it's pestilence that's the barrier of bad news. This is another one of Lilith's traps that will draw us to another location. Are we prepared? I'm gonna go to this place, and what's gonna happen is we're gonna take 1 billion damage, because you want as low stats as possible in every category to beat her, and it's gonna tilt me so bad. Okay, I'll save again here. Samurai armor. Tower node merged. So unequip everything. About that. I kind of want Karina in the party. I don't know why I have this get up. It is what it is. I'm building mana for Hilstara to start. The tower nodes open to reveal monsters. Motherfucker! I fucking hate this place. Thankfully, I think this one seems pretty easy. Thank God. Thank God. That better be the last one. You say that with a chest directly in front of us. These aren't my kind of chest. So the boss... That makes so much sense. I did fight the snake, yes. If I think about... I don't want to think. This is only going to be slightly more annoying. You know, La Milana... So here's the thing. The first game, La Milana 1, is infinitely more annoying than this. Like, not even remotely close. It is going to test my patience so obscenely if I were to replay that like blind. And even non-blind, it would test my patience. However, people have referred to La Milana 2 as La Milana but fun. So maybe I'll actually have fun in La Milana 2. It'll be such a good stream though. Found a Lilith. La Milana is 60%, I think, at the moment. What? La Milana is a game. But, or do you mean 60% as annoying? Ah, fuck, you made it after all. Why are you here? You seem to be in great pain. You think kindness is price off, I mean? Oh, nice. Is the second game 60% off? I think I bought the second game on sale. Yeah, I bought the second game when it was on sale for like a large amount off. Maybe like 60 or something like that. So I have it ready for when we're gonna play it. La Milana 1 is a game I really like, but mostly because I have masochistic tendencies in game. Had to think about how to phrase that in a good way. And La Milana 2 sold as La Milana but fun. I think it'll be banger stream content. Because I'm doing it blind. You think kindness is going to work on me? I'm chaos, you fool! Would you feel better if I said I wanted to remove all variables that could get in our way before the final battle? Just fucking kill her already, Simon, if you're gonna say that. Like, what if I said I needed to explore everywhere and find everything? Look, I wish I could care. Reality is potentially being rewritten, and major pillars like time and destiny are being destabilized. But I'm tired. Not just spending my strength in the war, I'm exhausted. Because of Meston. Yes. Usually I like reabsorbing aspects of myself, but this time it's weighing me down. Wow! Meston was so depressed that when he died, he made her depressed by proxy. The anime sad boy aura beat chaos. I'm sorry, it couldn't have turned out differently. I'm saying that to both of you. Fat lot of good that does. That's what I'd like to say. But the stupid humanesque part of me is a little glad to hear it. We aren't here to harass you, but I need to ask. Can we convince you to support us in our battle? That isn't rhetorical. I'm not sure even the fate of reality itself is enough to sway you. No chance, fucko. Whatever happens, even if Xerxes gets his way, chaos will still exist. You could be irrevocably altered, though. And why should I care about that? Could be fun. Is sitting here more fun than joining us and seeing everything for yourself? I was enjoying wallowing in misery, but I guess it is getting a little old. Why not join us, then? Maybe the disrupted pieces of yourself can develop into something new. Don't think you can fix me like all your sane little friends. And, could be interesting. I haven't done any comfort and healing nonsense in ages. Yeah. Chaos includes the positive stuff too. You can't just be evil chaos. You gotta be everywhere on the spectrum. Good and bad. I'm glad to hear that. We can trust you to be beneficent, at least for now? No. People have pretty dumb ideas about chaos. I'm the stochastic variability of reality, not a tee-hee burn it spirit. That's so good. Stochastic... I need to... This is so good. I'm so down. I love stochastic variability of reality. Yeah, that is what chaos is. That is definitionally what it is. Fuck you too. There have been eras where I'm a benevolent little pixie, not so much recently. Do we actually have a deal, or are you dancing around the subject? If you try to actually bind me, I'll refuse. You probably could, but I'd stop being chaos for a while. And while I thought that would be interesting in the past, in practice, it's really not. Is her eye glitched out? Her eye looks so wrong. Is that just me? It looks like she has a, like, red eye because she got hit in the face. We don't need to bind you at all. We just want you as an ally, and fuck that. I don't want to be a lame little ally. I want you to fuck me into the hair. Be very careful, game, where you go from here. Be very careful. Lots of Incubus Kings want to control chaos, but it could be fun to be with someone who just wants to stick their dick in it. Is your current form your true essence? Really funny. Or what? I'm in too deep to drop the game, but let's just say I'm inclined to write about this game after I'm done experiencing it. And maybe make a video out of it, but at least a very, very long written piece about it. Because it is such a long game to talk about. There's so much to do, so much to say. That would flow very, very differently if we fuck a kid. It would flow very, very differently. This is the correct question to ask. Please be like... Be the inverse of Evala. Visually, or some shit like that. I don't know. Yep, I demand that you stick me on your dick and march me down a major street announcing that you're a pedophile. Actually, I take it back. This game's kind of goated. I think if it did this and went through with Simon announcing I am a pedophile, I don't know what I'd do, but it would definitely change the tone of my writing. No, really. Any form is a false form for me. I can be whatever you want. My fantasies don't really involve people who are so moldable. Is there anything that you want? Anything? Give me everything. Whips and chains? Sure. Lovely dovey missionary? You bet. Pumpkin up the ass? I'm there. Literally, I'll be the pumpkin. Up yours. Up the harems. Up my... Doesn't matter. You've been absorbing me for... Very scary Freudian slip there. No, you have not been absorbing me. That would be fucked up. You've been observing me for a while. Do you really think that would work out? Sure I do. And if you're just asking about my form, I can whip up tits and hips and all that. Huge hips, multiple hips, dozens and dozens of hips. I think I'm starting to track you. But if you want this to work, we should start a bit milder. Yeah, but you'll let me fuck around with things a bit, right? I think that could work. Let's fucking do this. Chaos Harem... Haremet. Haremet. Member of the harem? Oh, wrong. Haremet. An essay on how anime fans are causing haremets to become more one-dimensional and sacrifice character development. So, we could start by stating that having one haremet of each basic archetype to appeal to all tastes without alienating anyone is a marketing strategy to attract the widest possible audience. But that would be too easy. It has been said time and time again. No, this is a look at the particular effect the self-insert nature has on the personalities of the haremets and the author's writing decisions. To start, I'm going to go out on a leap and say that yes, harem anime appeal to a fantasy of having several cute girls be into you. I'm not here to say that there's anything inherently wrong with that, but certain things are sacrificed to keep this fantasy going. The haremet's personality. Haremets cannot be jealous. Now, you may say that you see harem girls get jealous all the time in anime, but how often is this a legitimate threat to the possibility of a harem ending? Jealousy in harem anime exists to either serve comedic purposes, to show a cute side to a particular girl, or as a first sign that they might have feelings for the protagonist. Even when a female character very clearly would not be okay with sharing, that does not stop fans from wanting a harem ending. Nor does it stop the author from going in that direction. Jealous and desires of the haremets are not given serious consideration. This brings us to another way in which the self-insert nature of the protag in harem anime sacrifices character development of the haremets, because the audience is so busy putting themselves in the shoes of the protagonist. Rarely do they put themselves in the shoes of a haremet. One of the most bizarre arguments I see in the community for wanting a harem ending is that I want everyone to be happy. This gets into a subconscious feeling that we have that our exes are never happy without us. The only way to be happy with a particular haremet is to be with the MC. If he turns them down, they'll all be sad and never find another person who will love them and put them first, and they won't have to share with a host of other women. What? Furthermore, most of the audience who are okay with the women having to share the MC would not be okay with the MC having to share a heroine with another male. But they are unable to make that leap in putting themselves in the heroine's shoes, and we get stuff like High School DxD. If you like High School DxD, that's cool. But the concept of a bunch of women being okay with sharing second place, while another girl is always first place in their love's heart, is just mind-boggling to me. I'm sorry, but no dick is that good. Lastly, the self-insert nature is also sacrificial to any non-self-insert character. My main example is ReZero's own Natsuki Subaru. Subaru was not a self-insert. He loved Emilia. He didn't love Rem. But the audience loved Rem. The audience could not understand Subaru's rejection of Rem. Personally, if a girl killed me multiple times, I don't think I could feel romantically about her either. Because they expected him to be a self-insert. I have a suspicion that many anime fans out there are the type who have never received an unwanted confession, and thus cannot understand rejecting a cute girl confessing to you, even if you loved someone else. Thus, because of how popular Rem was, she gets a side story where they run away together. And even the main relationship with Subaru and Emilia is turning into a poly relationship to include her, again. As long as Emilia always comes first. And again, Rem is okay with this. This is not a healthy poly relationship. TLDR, harem protag wish fulfillment necessitates haremets having less and less personality and desires of their own outside of the MC's dick, because the audience doesn't put themselves in the haremet's shoes. Well, that's why I prefer to watch good anime. Fucking baller response. Fucking baller response. That's why I prefer to watch good anime. Real. He didn't... I mean... The thesis... I feel like you constructed the argument sort of backwards, but you did have a thesis there. And I guess it is true to a degree, but also Love Hina kind of forged the genre as it is today. And the trappings that come with it, I don't think this is at all an inherent problem to it. It's just that harem enemies, oh my god. Harem enemies exist as a marketing, like, ploy. Sure, some offers like it, but it's also a way to make a fuck ton of merchandising money. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I now know what a haremette is. Thank you. Are you saying it's ignoring the material conditions of the harem genre? I'm unironically saying that, yes. I think they're arguing about it as a piece of art when harem tends to be largely a merchandising and money-making ordeal, especially in the anime format. Manga-wise, I think a lot of these problems are also worse in anime than they are in the source material, usually. Not always, but usually. I think the more long-running a thing is, the more this pops up. You can have a harem anime and a harem manga that's short, that avoids this, but the more it's set up in order to constantly milk it for money, the less personality they'll have. You say that, but I will say that, well, To Love Ru is... I prefer Love Hina to Love Ru, but I believe it's the same author, right? Like, they went and did Love Hina, and then did To Love Ru after. Ken Nakamatsu. No. No. He did UK Holder and Negi. Yeah. It's Negi. No, that's Negima. That's what they did. It's Negima I'm thinking of, not To Love Ru. I'll say Love Hina I think is much better than To Love Ru. Why am I talking? To Love Ru has done Black Cat. That makes sense. Black Cat I think is a decent bit better than To Love Ru. Mostly because it has a compelling character arc. Then let's fucking do this. Chaos Haremette coming right up. Okay, I'm gonna read this, not because I'm a freak, but because I wanna... Okay, it starts with, when Lilith pounced the Simon, she twisted into an adult version of her usual form. Okay, but like, can I see it? So I don't have to... Like, I need to visually see the adult form in order for this not to be weird as fuck. Apparently she became a Lamia for a bit. Stochastic variability of reality. Lilith joined the harem. Okay, this is gonna be weird. That's the wrong source, my bad. Looks the same as her default form. I know, it's so bad. Did I read the B part? BRB. I guess I should read the entire thing. I skipped through it. Let it be known, I'm only reading this sex scene because chat wanted me to. There was no attempt at romancing. She leapt onto his hip so his cock slammed into her. Wow, I've had sex with Lamias before, and I would again. Are you even trying? Brother. The serpent shattered into a cloud of bees faster than Simon could react. He had bees pressing against his chest, swarming around his cock, and even trying to get into his mouth. All his human instincts wanted to recoil, but as an incubus king, he could still feel that this was Lilith. So Simon fucked the bees. He thrust his hips. He caressed a hand through the swarm. He even kissed the ones at his lips. None of it made any sense, but it didn't matter. He met Lilith's chaos with his own sexual magic. It was only surreal for a few seconds before the beast flew into a giant Lilith face, which winked at him and then promptly exploded into water. Simon plunged into an ocean, so he fucked the ocean. Lilith distorted into a ball of spikes, and he surrounded himself with enough magic that he could fuck the spikes. Somehow his dick ended up in a book, so he fucked not only the pages but the story itself. Every time Lilith twisted into a new form, he kept finding the essence of her and fucking it. Eventually she collapsed against him in the form of a giant, monstrous she-wolf, panting for breath. Instead of being repulsed, Simon was honestly relieved. This form was roughly humanoid, with large breasts that surrounded his head. Her fur was soft and his cock was actually inside a pussy again, so he caressed her furry hips and tried to enjoy himself for a while. Not yet. Lilith was flagging, but beginning to distort again. At first, as she shrank into the form of a human woman, Simon thought that she was submitting. Then he realized that she was hardening. Her body transformed into solid marble, starting at her head and shifting downward. The stone was surprisingly chill to the touch, and he knew it would be closing around his crotch at any second. Even as her pussy turned into solid stone, Simon tried to keep thrusting. But on one thrust in, it locked into place. Immovable! If he had really put his power into it, Simon could have shattered the statue. He considered whether or not Lilith wanted him to fuck her to literal pieces, but decided against it. Through all the chaos, he could feel a strain of real vulnerability. So Simon slid his arms around the immobile statue. He couldn't move his hips, but he could keep pumping lust magic through her. As he held her gently, he kissed the stony lips, then moved along the cold jaw and down her neck, planting kisses all the way. Her torso still seemed to be made of solid stone, but the rock around its length was softening. Simon began moving slowly, as if she was a nervous woman who wasn't wet enough yet. He ground his hips against the cold marble and kept kissing until she dissolved completely. Without warning, Lilith returned to flesh. She also shrank, and suddenly he had a curvy body pressing against his chest, and sobbing. She was still impaled on his cock, but her body convulsed with sobs instead of pleasure. For the first time, Simon was actually at a loss. He wondered if this was another trick, a way to dissuade him by playing to his protective instincts. But her sobs were so ragged, and he felt so much pain in her. Simon wrapped his arms around her and held her close. There was no sudden distortion, swarm of bees, or anything else. Lilith clung to him and wept until she could weep no more. Okay. Are we okay? Have we mentally reset? Is it time to move on? I'm getting the feeling that everyone in chat that hasn't played this is still stun-locked. What the fuck is this game? Yep. With that said, my verdict at the end of that is peak, I'm afraid. Are you okay? Just had some emotions to work through. You could put it that way. But it's fine. This kind of serious, abiding sorrow can be fun sometimes. And then sometimes I'm not sure I have your number at all. Anyway, let's talk about what I can do for you. I'm not anywhere near my full strength, but I can help a bit. I assume the mages will want your input on chaotic magic and tower mechanisms. Sure, whatever, I want to fight. Even in this weakened state, I should be able to create manifestations that fight along with your harem. Sure, we could always use more combatants. This could be fun. It makes so much sense that she would join as a combat party member after we filled out the harem. More importantly, was Yara there to watch us fuck her? Hey, we need to talk. I guess the goddesses can be combat. I suppose. Also, I still believe your right eye is bugged. It looks bad. It's funny because they don't play with it fully. I guess they do, kinda. I was gonna say, I like that none of this is cleanly divisible. Are all these... No, they're not. I wish all of these were prime numbers. That would have been a better bit. To just make everything prime numbers. I don't say... It's a reference to Kairos Feudosian. Kairos Feudosian. I got K24 net forecast. It's a Russian link. What does this take me to? This is the first result. oh, you mean practical creative? Yeah, but no, it's not. It's not. But what I was gonna say is the bit with chaos in Path of Exile is that every value on every chaos thing in the game is prime, which I think is really funny. Like all the passive nodes and all that shit is prime. And if it's too unbalanced to make it prime, it's at least an uneven weird number. Most of her skills are based on who's in the party. Makes sense, makes sense. Converts mana into lust and healing. Boring self-control self. Boring McBoring. Channels energy into an attack without an element. Lustful disruption. Converts lust into debuffing damage. Breeding dreams. Dude, I really wish we had Mind Broken Altina. At least I could fulfill my fetishes then, instead of her being a nothing character. Absorbs enemy health and puts them to sleep. Whose idea was it? Oh yeah, right. It was optimal according to the guide to not mind break her. God damn it. Absorbs enemy health and puts them to sleep. Piercing Wit, a physical attack that stuns an enemy. Kiss of Chaos, drains MP from an enemy. I hate that it's a Yara synergy, but it is very good to have, actually. I really like that. Sparkling Chaos, boosts an ally mana and lust. Really good if that's a big mana thing. Yeah, we haven't done her quest yet, but we have started it. That was actually, I was gonna do that either before or after this, but I went to grab Lilith first, because we've done so much dialogue. I didn't want to backload every single combat encounter. So I was like, I'll do Lilith first and then do Altina. Costs health to damage all enemies with darkness. Okay. Fart of the God. Why is this the Robin one? Why does it cost 555 mana? This has better do like 99 million damage. Strikes all enemies with massive wind damage. Fuck luck. Deals piercing damage based on luck. Causes silence. Ooh, silence is good. Chaotic Vigor. Deals elementless damage based on current HP. Cannot miss elementless. Uses lust to restore an ally's health. Okay. Flurry of Flurries. I love this reminds me. Did you know that Disco Elysium had a different name, which was Rise of the Furies? But someone pointed out that everyone was gonna meme on them and say it's Rise of the Furries instead. Rise of the Furies is a reference to a poem, I believe. But they added it at the start of the game. Like, it reads the source for it and it says Rise of the Furies. But the flurries here gives me the same vibe. Thunderfires. Deals lightning damage against all enemies and causes paralysis. Paralysis is pretty good. AoE paralysis is very, very strong, actually. This is an insane move. Wait, how... Wait. What the fuck? Wait a second. If I can use this outside of combat... If this gives more than 13 mana out of combat, this is absurd. Blood Wine. Assaults an enemy with a jumble of debuffs. Good. Riala synergy. But I hate Riala, never mind. Strikes all enemies with stone and potentially stuns. Pretty good. Well, she's gonna be in the party until further notice, because I think she's cool. Can she equip every item in the game? I thought so. Yeah, even the bows, I guess. Is this finally the time for the Rabid Whip, because it has such an insane attack bonus? That's funny. I'm so tempted to just equip the Elite Fuckball uniform on her. It's so tempting, but it's not gonna be optimal. But it is so tempting. Way bigger M-def. I feel like speed has become really, really important. Okay. I feel so mind-boomed. And my next course of action is, next combat, we're gonna do the Fart of the Gods. It's the only way. We have to do the Fart of the Gods for 555 damage. Actually, this is the first time in the game that I'm gonna use this. It doesn't even have 100% accuracy. Debuffing damage, what does that mean? You're missing the animations. Oh, you mean, you mean I see, my bad. I see what you're trying to say. Okay, what the fuck does she turn into? You're just gonna turn around and fart on them. What? What? Fuck do you mean? That was an Ahegao face in a heart. She was a stone heart with an Ahegao face, and I hate that I clocked that. Now she's a sword. Now she's a shield. Why is Simon wearing her? Or wielding her? I guess that makes sense. Everything is based on... I guess that makes sense. So, like, Yara will wield here. Yeah. So, like, she's an equipment. She's just a really skilled equipment. Okay, I'm no longer weirded out by Lilith. It makes perfect sense. She's a living equipment. I'm so down. All my problems with the character. Why are you Blair Witching in the corner? Why are you pulling a fucking... What's her name? Maria from Umineko Part 1. Oh, I only have 64 here. That feels bad. What's Fucko. You know, we should do something for Trin. Have her come by the Renfrew Wilds again sometime. So I was really worried about this character. I love this character. Fuck it. She's baller. What's happening, fucko? Renfner Wilds, huh? Relationship Nan. What? Relationship pedo! 33 millimeters. I wish my relationship with Ivala was goddess. Her sex scene is randomized between like 30 different ones. Okay. That's for me after the stream. Oh, cute. Okay. So I have a friend who's really into Twitch culture, so I gotta DM them and go at them. Hey, I found your favorite character. Oh, you gotta play the game. You know, we should do something for Trin. Have her come by the Renfner. Yeah. Okay, that's a really funny joke. That's a really good visual gag. I can't even lie. This is a fantastic gag. Yeah, okay, I think we 100 relationship chaos Lilith. Relationship. Huh? Dude, do you think she... Why the fuck do you keep talking to me over and over again? $99999. I clicked yes. I just didn't have enough money and she didn't react. Free to the power of... Or 3 times 10 to the power of 23. That's a... I got so fucking scared. My heart... My heart burst out of my chest. It's not even... Like, we just saved, so it wouldn't even matter, but... What the fuck? Oh, that got me. Have I seen all of them now? I guess... No, that was a new one. Recalcitrant. Having an obstinately uncooperative attitude, especially towards authority or discipline. Okay, wait, what did that say? No, that was the same one. You searched this too... Well, excuse me for not remembering every fucking word that they tell me in this game. Oh, yeah, right. We're gonna remake the Inquisition. For the good of the people this time. It totally won't be misused. We'll all remember that day for a long time, but it's your daily consideration that makes this job rewarding. But it was a good word. You need to learn the fun words. What was the point of the game if not? The moral of the story is not the words the game. Trin, I need to go fuck myself. Can you make a duplicate? I was hoping we got a new one with Lilith. Okay. You have the crazy on a painting at the gatehouse? What? What do you mean? Teleport room. Oh, you mean... Yeah, you mean... Yeah, my goat. My favorite character. I put my favorite character right at the teleport room so that I'd remember her forever. Ahu Gao. Gao Gao. Yeah, that one. That one. I can't imagine learning very much else from the world, not at my current level of skill. In other words, I believe we could move forward. Yes! We've gone to every single store. Wonderful. Then there's just the delicious payoff of being able to make some optimization decisions. Great. Optimization decisions. Yay. You didn't think I would set up all this for generic equipment, did you? It may not be the most powerful, but you can customize it. The magic is a bit tricky. However, so it can only be customized along 2 lines. Type of armor and type of special defense. What type of armor would you prefer? Who is this for? I guess... Depends on who it's for. Let's do physical. We should be able to produce partial resistance to enemy attacks, certain elements, conditions, or weakening spells. Oh. What's the difference between oh yeah, debuffs is... Being immune to stat debuffs is pretty good. Status effects would be good if we had... You choose for whom? I don't like elements. Let me do... It's either debuff... Debuff is the rarer of these. Status effect is really good, but debuffs is probably better, I think. Put it out of your mind. I'll handle everything else. Simon, I have a veritable smorgasbord of rewards for us. Yes? First, a specialist's created silk armor, reinforced with melted threads of true gold, all crafted to your specification. Breastplate, the Iris. Second, the Spired Silk business has been firmly established in Steinfort. It'll mostly help the community, but we should receive some profits as well. This was an investment. Good, cool. Didn't know that was part of the plan, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Never fear, my lord. I also indulged in my sewing fetish. I may not be skilled enough to craft equipment equal to your harem, but... Look at these! Lingerie for myself and undergarments for you. It actually looks quite functional, and the cloth is comfortable, assuming the fit is good. I would never give you genital-bearing underwear, even if you weren't opposed to it, my lord. I much prefer the idea of you comfortably nestled in something I created. Thank you, Iris. I'm not done. As a gift to both of us, I'd like to make use of this. Okay. Sure, we can fuck you. I don't care. I don't care. I think I prefer that. I think that seems pretty good. Like, ideally, I'd want this on Karina so she doesn't just fucking die. Also improves magic. This seems pretty good. Yeah. So she needs more physical defense than she needs magical defense. So I think this is fine. Makes sense, makes sense. Why do I even have access to these tower locations? There has to be some bullshit at them at some point, right? Like, Lilith is gonna be like, yo, why don't you go back to the tower location? Also, I'm surprised I don't see Lilith. I thought she would be standing here, like, menacingly for some reason. Also, didn't we technically get Meston in the harem now? Wouldn't you agree? Isn't this, like, almost Meston in the harem? So, really, I'll choose to look at it this way. Lilith is gender-bent Meston. Oh yeah, right. Aramite Fort. We haven't been here, have we? I've been promoted, but I don't feel worthy of it after everything. Never imagined the lack of discipline could lead to... Were you... Did you rape What's her name? Paulina? Oh yeah, we haven't checked on Paulina after she got raped, so... We'll give Captain Paulina everything we have. She deserves no less. Okay, so the vibe is off. Okay, so maybe letting the soldiers rape her wasn't the best. Captain Paulina, no, I'm not worthy. Okay. Never really believed the stories about what some did in Eustrin, but now... I have to pull double duty in the kitchens now, but I accept my duty. We can't guard our supplies at all times now, but then again, we don't really need to. This place is so empty now, but I'm not eager to get new recruits. Never mind. Maybe. Look, it's up in the air. Absolutely no entry further. We need to take care of one another. How are you doing? I need to train harder than ever before. Never again. Fort has really changed. Everyone left feels a strange bond that... Never mind. No reason to explain. Paulina, we need to talk. Perhaps we do. Hey, so I saw you get raped while I was in the prison, and I had... My party members divulged to me that they had the option to prevent it, but they didn't. Because it saved a little bit of economy in Serantia. Are you okay with that? Was that fine by you? Like, are we good? Or am I still not evil to you? Like, I don't think I'm evil, but like, do you still believe I'm not evil? This war. You may be aware that strange magic was working beneath the surface. You suffered because of it. You know. Damn it, you have the same pitying look I saw in the eyes of some of my soldiers. What gives you that right? You were under attack by an incubus king manipulating the other soldiers. I tried to stop him, but I failed. Wait, there's something more to your guilt, isn't there? I tried to do what I could, but all I could offer... That was you? I'm sorry, I didn't see any other way to help you, but what I did was, in a sense, just as terrible a violation. It didn't feel like that. You offered something, and I accepted. Given the circumstances, you had little choice. I took no pleasure in it, but if you... Enough wallowing. I don't want to apologize. I don't want apologies and guilt. I want an explanation. I'm not sure how well I can explain. There's a deeper layer of magic that influences the hearts of those in our world, so... Not like that. I want to be able to make sense of what happened to me. What I want is for you to look me in the eye and tell me truthfully whether or not I suffered for the sake of Aram. How the fuck do you answer that? No? Not really? Right? Like... I guess if you really, really stretch the definition, but like... Realistically, no. The influence on the rapist was part of an attack meant to throw Aram into chaos. You helped destroy one of the first sprouts. That's enough. Thank you, Simon. I've put my body on the line for Aram many times. I didn't want it to happen that way, but... Like this, I can make sense of it. We suffered in a battle, but we survived. I struggle to believe you're so accepting. I didn't say that, but war forces us all into terrible corners. But this talk of deep magic, changing people's hearts and altering events... What are you, some kind of god? Yes. Yes. We are. By all definitions. But... I hope that doesn't change our relationship. Winky eyes. I think this has made it obvious that I shouldn't be. More of this. What do you want from me? You think I can annul the event? Just tell you that it didn't happen or doesn't matter? You don't view me as damaged or dirty, do you? Because that's exactly the reason I'm keeping the secret from other Aramites. No, never that. I can offer neither annulment nor absolution, because in my opinion neither applies. Winky eyes, you killed me. See? See, I'm funny when I want to be. We might regret the suffering of the war, but we won. The only thing we can do is move forward. Thank you for the positive affirmation in chat. It's extremely rare here. All I get is Ganimila's vague posting and making me think that everything is fucked. And Kirby going, what? Or, we hate you. Or, what the fuck? Or, stuff to that effect. And then Munch just says the weirdest shit, man. It's rough out here. It's really rough out here. So I appreciate the positive affirmation. It was a good joke. You're only saying that because Random said it beforehand, and like you wouldn't give me that positive affirmation if there wasn't a precedent already. Like there's a really high bar in order to compliment me. Thank you. I appreciate it. My self-esteem is entirely contingent on how nice chat is to me. I live a very, very stable life. I need to get a girlfriend. I need to get a support network. But in the meanwhile, right now you're all I have. Please watch every stream. We might regret the suffering of the war, but we won. The only thing we can do is move forward. Thank you, Paulina. But I don't like this sort of high magic warfare. Should we expect more of that sort of thing? Most of the major players were destroyed in the Incubus War, but I can advise you on a few other details. That's sad. I think it's great. Because it's my life and it's what I've decided to make of it. I would like to take a break by visiting Eustrin, but that would be a dereliction of duty. Interesting. Speaking of, now that we're in the next segment, I would like to once again check on that girl in Eustrin that I forget the name of. Were you here before? Yeah, you did. You were there. I've been promoted! Yippee! Good for you. I forget where she was. But, I mean, it's no downside to just walking around a little bit. How's the rocks treating you? You're bald. Sorry, I saw Northern Lion for a second. I saw God for a second and I had to say something. Can I buy lingerie? Nope. She's up here, right? Our smoke channeling has really taken a step up. Being able to freely collaborate with foreign mages was a big help. Don't forget about me, Hilstara. We're almost done here. Then I want to spend some time with you. Okay, so... Fuck do you mean almost done? Like, are you just here as well if I walk to the right place? Is that the level of done? We'll figure it out. Surely, anytime. Real soon. I don't think there's anything new here. You know what I'd really like? That I think would unironically improve this game a lot? I want a spell for Simon. I want a spell that Simon has that instantly TPs you back to base. Like he has Reflect, but I want a TP to the portal room spell. Like I think that would be really, really nice to have. Because like this area is cool, but it sucks to walk by. Yeah, key item would work as well. It's just that we have Reflect, so you could make it a spell as well. You could even tie it into the story. Miranda, I was hoping that you might assist me in promoting martial arts within Eustrin. With a bit of work, I think that could work well. A bit of work? It isn't well known, but the Dwarven have a sophisticated system of grappling. It's called walking. You're so annoying. If you can establish that your methods can complement ours instead of replace them, you'll find many willing to exchange knowledge. Oh, thank you very much. Cyrantian techniques are often focused on striking, so we could use assistance with grappling. And we should definitely be able to improve your methods, but do you want to focus on broadly possible techniques or specialized ones? I'll hand you over to those who are actually practiced in such arts then. Fuck you, I've been working on it. Or thank you, I've been working... Fuck that. I would appreciate it, but first, thank you deeply for your assistance. Did you expect me to refuse? No, but I did not anticipate you to take a personal interest. I'm happy to help, truly. I know I may seem impersonable, but I feel some kinship with all of Simon's other partners. Isn't it really fucking funny how much more of a presence Neranda has had in the last, like, 50 hours than Janine has had? Isn't that so funny? I feel like Neranda has been 5 times as much of a character as Janine in the past 50 hours. It's great. Yes, I feel much the same. And you in particular, actually. Cyrantia has often been treated as a piece within international politics, just as Eustrin has. Unfortunately, we'd never been in a position to help you. Until now. I hope we can work together often in the future. Yeah, maybe we can. Yippee! Improving. Cool. Only thing left to check. Is there anyone guarding here? Or does this just... No, this just leads here. And there's no way there's anything there. If there's something there, I'm really angry. And I will stay angry. And it's gonna suck. Altina quest then, I guess? Also, no, you don't have anything for me. Okay, cool. I just want to double check. Wait, so... No, wait. We said Trin in Renfner Wilds. Let's pick up the character quest we haven't been able to pick up. Because they said Trin in the Renfner Wilds somewhere. Speaking of... Gnasta's village is still fucking weird. That shit made no sense. Also, Destiny Pool is a thing we still should do. So you've explored more than one part of the wilds. You're one of us now. That's ominous. What does this entail? Have I joined the Brotherhood? You've been to Restbrook. You truly glimpsed the Labyrinth of Chaos. If you're telling that truth, that's impressive. What the fuck do you know about the Labyrinth of Chaos? Glimpsed and fucked. No, I fucked your bees. New Javini Mage Guild, yeah. We got Robin's thing at the Order of Thaumaturgy. But I thought they said Trin was here. Why is Lilith standing there? Stop scaring me. Yo, Trin, you want to get up to some crazy shit? Well, call me a coprophiliac. Do not fuck the cop. I've already googled this. I didn't know that scatophilia was coprophiliac. I need to get a read on chat. I need to get... This is of profound importance. Coprophilia, yay or nay? Don't answer that. Not like world-ending chaos, but I want someone to delve into some deeper chaos with me. Nay? Okay, cool. You'll never accept me for who I'm not even gonna make that joke. I think it's disgusting. I think it... To each their own, but... Ugh. Still there for it. What do you have in mind? We're going to go back to my domain, but this time without all the orderly influences. We can look around at random stuff, but we can also meddle. The result should be some powerful tower magic without a great risk, since the harem already cleared out the entities. Oh! God, I was low-key so mad that clearing the chests meant fuck all. But apparently it was worth it. What kind of magic are we talking about? For a start, I think I have something that could improve your magic, if we can find it. But at the heart, there's some real chaos that'll throw everyone in the happy little harem for a loop. Count me in. We just need to get permission. Put on your best puppy dog and or blowjob face. So I linked the re-image. I'd link the re-image to my friend. I'm gonna link this one as well to sell it in. Oh, Simon, can I go with Lilith to have a little fun? Yes, yes. Okay, here we are. Good news, you don't need to be worried about getting attacked. Bad news, your friends left all kinds of magical traces all around. We need to clear them out to access pure chaos. You can't just eliminate them? I thought this was your domain. If my goal was to revert to a former self, sure. I see, you took a backup. Right, yeah, I also wouldn't want to revert to a former backup if I don't have to. Especially if you've got processor running. Like if you're running like a Redis machine or a Kafka machine, like those processes, like if you're caching that amount of data that fast, you do not want to restart to revert to like prior state. Like it'll break so many things. It'll be so annoying to fix. If we want power as we are now, we need to work through it. Alright, fair enough, but why do you need me? The leftover magic is identity-based, so your magic is better suited to controlling it than mine. We need to neutralize it all somehow. Okay, maybe I can control some of this magic, but I'm not really a neutralizing mage. Fortunately, Simon pumped me full of his magic. We can use that. Basically, you just need to suck up magic Simon cum and inject it into the traces left by others. I fucking love this game. Love this game so much. I'm not sure if that's a metaphor, and I'm fine either way. Guess you'll find out. When I started this game, I never thought I'd be playing a little girl character. With red eyes and white skin. Truly the perfect wuxia or wushu protagonist. Yeah, but mine's vintage. Back when this so-called saint was actually around, just establishing his legacy. Wow, I got the Kafka joke. Have you used Kafka? That's sick. I thought that would go over everyone's heads. So you're saying you knew a historical figure people almost worship now? Any juicy details? Believe me, I could blow the lid off a lot of things if I wanted. But it's more fun just to keep that in reserve and know that I could. Just university setting for now? Makes sense. Yeah, I work with Kafka a little bit professionally, but mostly not. Like, I'm not the one... I'm administrating Kafka, but I'm not building the system or deving for the system in any way. I'm planning to go into that field. Sick! Sick. Yeah, I've had to work a decent bit with it, but it's fun. Redis and Kafka have similar purposes. I don't want to talk about this. Honestly, this one is a red herring. Alright, I'll just absorb a little more Simon energy. Can I interact with the arch? You lied to me! Random, you lied. You said every item's interactable and I can't interact with the arch. Is Kafka not that hot chick from Honkai Star Rail? No, it's the Yu-Gi-Oh card from Unglued, which is a series about playing non-Yu-Gi-Oh cards from different franchises against each other. So I guess technically it's not from there. It's from Final Fantasy VI, where he's a antagonist. I'm fucking with you. But no, Kafka is a Unglued is MTG though. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Unglued series that I really like. It's not very popular, unfortunately, but let me link the episode that had Kafka in it because it was so peak. Legitimately, such an insanely good episode. I watch this guy like pretty frequently. It's one of the last Yu-Gi-Oh! Things I actually watch. This one, copy link. It is called Unglued. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Unglued, and it's the gimmick is they have their two Patreon chats, make like... So this is season 3, now it's games. So this is shooter games. So you have like Bastion. Blackbeard from Rainbow Six Siege. What the fuck? This card is always treated as they, them. If this card is tribute summon, place 2 shield counters on this card. Okay, whatever. Bond, James Bond. COD Soldiers at the Funeral. Doom Guy, Engineer. You get the idea. Like, this is all memes from shooting games. And then they play Yu-Gi-Oh! Against each other with these decks. And then the other one was Rogue... Oh no, this was RPGs. So you had a bunch of... it was Square Enix, specifically. It was Square Enix. No, they have their chats make them for like a month beforehand, and they're so peak. I fucking love these. They're so good. It is custom cards. If you play Final Fantasy 14, this meme fucking killed me. The difference is that the fact that their community spends a month on them means that and also playtests them to be reasonably balanced, means that the jokes from these are fucking great. I love that laugh card. Also, like, read Dog Street. If this card is activated, you misread this card as Dog's Treat, which obviously implies that you eat dog food. And it's a reference from a fucking insanely old GameFAQs post about how offensive it is that this character from Kingdom Hearts wears a shirt that says Dog Street on it. Sack story from Final Fantasy 8, I believe. Once per turn, the turn player can reveal any one detail about themselves or the place they're from. This provides no competitive advantage, but it does allow for greater character depth. I really enjoy these, because you can actually play them yourself, and they're really good. Norted. I don't know if they did a Norted card on this one. They didn't, okay, they did do a Norted card. So, Master Xehanort. Once per turn, turn a monster your opponent controls into Xehanort. While this card is face up on field, you control all Xehanorts, even monsters that are already half Xehanort. You can only use this effect on Master Xehanort once per turn. And I think in the side deck they had a... Wait. I love this card. This card is in the side deck, but you can't side it in. Once per turn, target one card your opponent controls and destroy it. This effect does not work on boss monsters. This card can never be included in your deck or Super Smash Bros. LOL. So you can't... It's literally banned. It has the banned icon too. It's so peak. This is fan cred. Like, these are so good, dude. The format Ruiner has arrived. After being summoned the first time for the rest of the duel, Vivi has the effect of the cutest forbidden monster on the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG ban list. I think my favorite card out of all of these... Actually, my favorite card is in the other deck, but this, out of all of these, it's easily Y'shtola. Where is Y'shtola? Wait, did I can't... There she is. Y'shtola rule. While this card is face up on the field, you cannot read any card effects, except you actually can. Once per turn, during the end phase, if a player lost 4 or more life points this turn, draw 1 card. If you activate a spell card, deal 2 damage to your opponent's life points and you gain 2 life points. This is the magic card. They just ported the magic card to Yu-Gi-Oh! You have 8,000 life in Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's still good, because drawing a card is so good in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's very funny. The best one was myhouse.wad, which is an ARG. This normal duel is now an interactive ARG. Determine this card's effect by following its clues when instructed. Solve the following clues during your specified standby phase after this card is activated. First, much like Malice, this effect is to be found in the mirror. You read the mirror. Like, this is out-of-game stuff, most of this, to get the effects. You have to solve the puzzle. But yeah, no, this series is peak. Yu-Gi-Oh! Unglued, I don't play the game anymore, but I fucking love the Unglued series. What's up with the you can read the card? It's a reference to, what's it called? A quote in Final Fantasy 14, if I don't recall incorrectly. With that said, I say Yu-Gi-Oh! Unglued is peak. However, I haven't finished the latest episode, which is fighting games versus roguelikes. And at the very start of it, one of them gets the roguelike deck and doesn't know that roguelike literally means like rogue. And then calls Binding of Isaac the titular roguelike. When they mean like the prominent one. And I got a brain aneurysm when I heard that. I was like, one, you don't know what... Also, they saw an image of Rogue on the screen to explain what a roguelike was. They're like, you got Rogue! And it's old ASCII art, right? And they're like, it's Dwarf Fortress! Dwarf Fortress, the legendary roguelike! And I was like, I'm going to fucking kill you. The worst part is, the dude plays a billion different modern roguelikes. So he knows his shit, but not his history. It's so funny, dude. Banger series. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Unglued. I'll link the playlist for it. It's peak. Here's the playlist for Yu-Gi-Oh! Unglued. Season 1 was anime, Season 2 was TV shows that aren't anime, like Western TV shows, and then Season 3 is games. Goddess statues. They're a dime a dozen, honestly, but I've never thrown it out. Sorry for the tangent. I blame the fact that we're 5 hours in, and I took my meds 10 hours ago. And I also want to sell this series, because this is the type of thing where I would want to talk about the episodes. Or alternatively, I would want to play the decks against people. Dude, I'd have so much fun. Because the thing is, they played this in... I think they did gacha games recently, actually. But they played these in the Dueling Book emulator. And the thing I just showed with the, like, deck profiles, you can just load this deck profile and play it yourself. So you can just play these yourself. And that part is peak, because if you don't watch the episode and just play the deck, they're all play-tested. Except the latest episode, which isn't play-tested for a very stupid reason. Which is Kafka, or Kefka. Which I guess is what tied it all together. He's basically the Joker. If Kefka's attack would win you the duel, the next episode takes place in the world of ruin instead of the world of balance. We will deliberately make cards incredibly unbalanced. So the latest episode is not very balanced, but the rest of them are very fun to play. I played like 2 of the episodes against other people. It's great. Goddess statues. They're a dime a dozen, honestly, but I've never thrown it out. Ugh, I'm stretched too thin to absorb any more Simon. What? So what's this thing? Ancient dildo. No, it's fucking not. Nah, I'm kidding. It's a gravestone. Had a mortal patron years ago. Died. Really sad about it. You don't seem sad. Emotions are great. I don't get to experience the chaos of normal emotions all that often. You need to spend Simons to get Simons? Dude. That's what I'm fucking talking about. We're playing the market. We're selling high, buying low. Wait, what the fuck? I'm sorry, I got stun-locked by reading a card that wasn't played in the duel. The Great Debate. When this card is activated, you must determine which Final Fantasy you like better between Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy VII. Add a monster from the game you prefer from deck to / graveyard to hand. If your opponent makes a 6-7 joke before you finish reading out the card effect, you take 6,700 damage. They can go nuts after the effect is read. That's so stupid. I like Final Fantasy VI more. If you like Final Fantasy VII more, get out. You're wrong. This looks like a collection of succubus sex toys. That's your sort of thing? No, these are manifested in the tower. Due to my deep and abiding love for sex stuff. Final Fantasy IX is the best Final Fantasy. I'm so happy you're here, Random 404. It's my favorite Final Fantasy too. I blame nostalgia because I grew up with it, more so than 6 and 7, but I like 9 so much. I think 9 has a really bad protagonist, or not, really bad antagonist. What's his name? Sidolon or whatever? What's his name? It's Scion or whatever. It's C-I or said I something. Zidane, that... No, doesn't make care. What the fuck is the... I don't even remember his name! He has one scene where he Aura farms, and then he does jack shit for the rest of it. And then he gets murked in the end. Sorry for spoilers, but like... The antagonist sucks ass in Final Fantasy 9, but everything else is peak. What's the name of the antagonist? I feel so... And... List of antagonists. Yeah, I know his daddy's the antagonist, but I don't care. He's the fucking... he's Kuya, that's it. Right, Kuya. Fucking Kuya is just shit Sephiroth. Except he's... Oh, I can't even say that, because he's even twinker than Sephiroth, which is kind of baller, I gotta say. Like, he's... Like, his character art is sick. Like, look at this shit. This is peak character design. This is a twink as fuck man, and he's dressing sluttily as fuck. It's sick. It's just a shame that he's not a good character. I guess part of me expected a chaotic being to be too wild for sex. Nah, sex is fucking great. So many little differences. It doesn't get boring like a lot of other stuff. Fighting is the same way, but in fighting your partners tend to die, so... Depends on the kind of sex you're having. That's fun too. But really, give me everything. Fucking, getting fucked, watching, I want it all. Okay. This is just my guest area. Not in great shape, as you can see. Why is Uya here? Huh? Even Uya? I tend to forget about her. Is he a Haramet? No, he wants to fucking kill you. Which I guess that doesn't... Okay. Ginasta wanted to kill us. Train wanted to fuck with us. Chaos wants to kill us at some points. I guess that isn't disqualifying. I tend to forget about her. Yeah, well, she's in the way unless you can take care of her. Why the fuck would I neutral... Okay, well, it's the chaotic thing to do is to neutralize her. Yes, please continue mating. Oh, but I always remember her when she's getting fucked from behind. Oh, hey, wait a minute. I forgot I had this. Received an Eldritch Draught. Give that to the others, will you? Fine, I'll play Errand Girl. I'll reload the save, because I don't want to use a Simon for no reason. This is the guest tree, only for use by guests, thank you very much. Oh man, there's a hilarious story about this grave. Yeah? Not telling. You little shit. But hey, there's actually more Simon energy in here. Hey, always ready for a big load of Simon. So I got 2 Simon. What the fuck do you mean? Ah, that was a nice Wait a minute, I never intended to go to sleep. Yeah, trap beds. Shame the big group was too magically armored for it to work earlier. You could have warned me. Where's the fun in that? Be grateful I didn't draw dicks on you. Or put them in you, or something like that. The chaotic thing was to do it twice, okay? This cunt, always in the way. I get the sense you'll take special pleasure in this one. I'm your slave, fuck me harder. Given her status as a tower mechanism, I have a hard time imagining her saying that. It's my fucking fantasy. These can't actually be yours, can they? You're a shapeshifter. What would you need clothes for? For screwing around with, obviously. No, but seriously, this is someone's laundry. I think I stole it from them or something? I forget. You really have lived for a long time, haven't you? Sometimes you remind me a little of Tertia. Nah, this was last week. I just don't give a shit. That's so real. Dude, this quest is making me love Chaos. And I don't know why. Like, I love Lilith. She's my... Okay, she's my neurospicy ADHD queen. Slay. Baby. Yeah, but this one's special. Open up, buddy. See, this is actually a Cunnilingi box. Cunnilingi box. Go on, get in there and it'll eat you out all day. Yeah, I'm definitely sticking my cunt in between all those teeth. Oh, but it would have been hilarious. Anyway, bye now. Oh, hey, Rosha. It got weird for a bit, then boring. You weren't a fan of the fucklord? You'd think I would, and I had fun watching him absolutely wreck shit, but self-absorbed people, they tend to remake the world in their image, and that image tends to be boring. I think Simon would be the greatest threat there. Oh sure, he advocates a sort of bland stability that gets old after a while. But from that dull foundation grows a great deal of freedom. All the stability is planting seeds for a much weirder world. Huh, really? I guess there's a lot more interactions between nations and races than there once were. I mean, she's entropy. Or... I forget what the term is, it's not entropy. She's an entropic force. Not necessarily more, but more kinds. I'll miss the wars, but there are silver linings. Anti-entropy, I would say. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm so sorry. You're completely right. The universe is constantly moving towards less entropy in the system. No. She is a force of entropy. Because the universe is always moving towards less entropy in the system. Isn't that right? Entropy. High entropy means that energy is more disordered or dispersed, while low entropy means that energy is more ordered or concentrated. Yeah. Like, the universe is always more entropy. Is the universe gaining or losing entropy? I thought that it was in the Wikipedia article. I don't read. Cannot decrease with time. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, everything gets more chaotic with time. Trust me, you're going to want to be around in 100 years. Standard issue magic crystals. I don't want them. They just keep cropping up in the tower. Altar to some old god. Altar to me! You? People worshipped you? I'm not saying I was ever a kind deity, but chaos cults have been a thing from time to time. Sometimes I had people sacrificed to me when it was expedient, but generally I just really screwed with them. I can get behind that. You ought to bring it back. Worship me, worship me. Unless this worship involves tongues and clits, no thanks. I'll take that too. We could always have Akka fuck off with some Simon energy, but that feels not quite right in this case. Well, it would work. Wanna do it anyway? No. Something weird about the Hillstar energy. I'm not sure we should just neutralize it normally. I think I could move Hillstar somewhere else. Too bad I'm tapped at the moment. Have to jizz out some Simon energy. Okay, can you... Just fucking come already! Phew, this takes me back. Haven't thought about this in years. What exactly is it? Looks like a weapon, but I don't sense any magic. For a while, mortals were trying to make non-magical cannons that use compressed fire to hurl projectiles. Slightest flaw, they'd explode in the person's face, and they were super inaccurate and caused all kinds of damage. They were great! Such a pity they didn't catch on. Why didn't they? Sounds useful for environments with magical opposition. Even then, your standard magical cannon is just too efficient. You just need a semi-trained mage, no elaborate construction process. Huh. I wonder if they could catch on with better technology. Oh, maybe we can get Simon to invest in it. But we'd probably better hold off on that. Long-term goals. Why are you reasonable, Chaos? What's this rock? One of your dildos? Ha, if only. Kinda narrow and pointy for that, though. Nah, this is volcanic rock. I just like it. Volcanoes are fun in general. And so you stuck it here. On top of the ice and rock. Actually, that's a real issue. Randomness is complicated. If it's literally just randomness, isn't it the least complicated? Mortal perception of randomness, you fuck. See, mortals get weird about that. True randomness includes patterns just by chance. Say you have a coin and you get a sequence of heads, then tails 3 times in a row, or 5 heads in a row. Yeah, seems suspicious. But those aren't particularly rare. Yeah, you're right, random. Fuck you. Flip enough coins and they'll turn up. Fuck you. Complimentary. Mortals trying to be random tend to wipe out all these patterns, which actually makes the results more unnatural. Not obvious to them, but it leaps out at me. That's a long way of answering my question about interior decorating. So, which principle did you follow throwing your stuff together? I just did whatever the fuck I wanted at the time. Based. What's this? What's this? What's this? Just a little outfit I used to wear sometimes. I got it from some ancient place, or I made it up. One of the two. Okay, so we need to dress somewhere. Any candidates? Any? Sure. Well, what can I say? I like to cause problems. Hey, you want some dick too? Go ahead. I'm trying, but it looks like the energy I'm carrying isn't enough. You're cunt blocking me here, Trin. Brother. This shit sucks ass. Okay, Uya. Where are you going with this? You'll see. Don't you see me? I don't see. Why do you even have a well if it lets people penetrate your inner defenses? Ooh, euphemism. It's to draw up the... Don't say it's to get tower water. You think I'd give a bullshit answer? Me? This one isn't an artifact. It's a mechanism for delving deeper into the tower. Shame it goes both ways, but nothing I can do about that. What? Okay. Your energy getting in the way, all sexy like. Wait, so I'm carrying Hilstara and Simon at the same time. Okay, sure. Ooh, so good. Yay, sex. Seriously, she's insane when it comes to squatting on the dick. My thighs would give out. Succubi are built different. Anyway, we should be able to pass now. Ooh, we have some Robin here to do whatever we want with. Yeah, let's have her dad fuck her. Yeah. Let's get some incest going. Some classical incest. Huh, if that works, why not just throw everyone together in a big lesbian orgy? They aren't all aligned enough for this to work. Fortunately, Aka and Star have been lessing it up for ages, so they can take care of each other. Fantastic. Combinations are what makes a harem fun. Yeah, I guess so. You're underestimating combinatorial explosion. Say you have 25 women in the harem. That's 300 different pairings, and 300 more threesomes with Simon. And that means 6,900 lesbian threesomes, and an equal number of combinations with Simon. Add one more chick and you get over 150,000. Damn, I guess I hadn't thought it through. Did you just have that ready to go? What, you think math can't be chaotic? Dude. Now Lily is getting in the way. Surely any dildo will do for her. Nope. Looks like she's super horny for Simon, and we don't have any more energy. Yeah, I'll go fuck Simon. More! Those tentacles weren't my idea. They just came out of nowhere. Girl knows what she wants, apparently. Hey, we're starting to clear up this place. If you want to unlock true chaos, let's go back to where we began. Hate to sound like the voice of reason here, but if we rush out now, will we miss something? Yes, actually. I had a little present I wanted to give you. We just need to find and admit all the junks. All the junk. Yeah. Alright, Simon. These things grow under the sea. Under the sea. Actually, I'm a big fan. This isn't so much a keepsake as something I'm planning to smash eventually. Smash? You don't like clocks? Time is one of those depressingly durable aspects of the world. In theory, you could manipulate it in the tower, but in practice, it just doesn't happen. Ooh, could you really? Like, go back to a point in the past? It's wrong to think of the past as something that exists. It's gone, because it was only a moment in the eternal now. In theory, with enough power, you could roll the now back, really fuck with stuff in the process. You sure we can't try it? I'm sure Simon would like to mess with time to make better decisions. I love the idea, but I think it's not worth it. Probably just a lot of energy wasted to shuffle things around a bit. Aw, we need to make Simon pursue the kinds of chaos he likes though. Agreed! Okay, let's have Simon fuck someone. Life was so much better when I had 2 Simons. It's like you're gonna save too little energy. Where's Robin? There's Robin. Robin, I need you to fuck your dad. Wait, what was that? I know what you're thinking, but to smooth it over, we need to give her something she wants. Love those gagging sounds. She's really into it. Okay. What's this hideous thing? There are species we don't have anymore. All died out during a war so far in the past, there's no point talking about it. The great thing was that they had fluctuating levels of lust and purity as their fundamental essence. How does that work? During mating periods, they had lust approaching succubi. Then in between, they molted into this state and had purity even higher than dwarves. Kind of unstable, I guess, but that was what made them great, so I keep this one. In this glass tube. Yeah, it'll fall apart if it isn't protected. I can't wait for the 1 HP super boss. Alright, here we go. This is the first fruit of all our labor. Trin, this is the Diadem of Domination. Put it on if you can. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Seems pretty loaded with magic, so I'll just... Yeah! So much. Phew, made it. I can feel that my mind and soul have expanded. I'm high as fuck right now. But you could have warned me. Honestly, I'm just glad it didn't melt your brain. It's supposed to kill normal mortals. You'd better be lying. Not about it being lethal. There was a real risk. But I figure Simon has already fucked you wide open. You're lucky you're his slave. Yeah, I'd like to see any of my previous contracts get me through that. So while I'm wearing this, I definitely feel like I could create copies through stronger defenses, and perhaps more. That's what I'm counting on. You should be able to handle more Simon energy now. Alright, let's get this place done. What's that? Key item. A crown that enhances Trin's power. Hopefully not a terrible idea. Nice. Thank you. Oh yeah, bones. I've been meaning to throw these out. Okay, it's not that bad in my apartment right now, but I said something similar to this earlier today. When I go to work now for 1 AM, I'm gonna throw it out properly. It's been there for long enough. This is one of your special trees? I'm not saving the tree, I'm saving the red. The red? Yeah, look at the color. Never saw anything like it. So I grabbed one. And good thing I did, because the whole nation burned up or something. It's a striking color, but it looks like a normal red to me. Ah, you humans can barely see most colors anyway. I realize I need to, real quick BRB, 1 second, to turn on the stove, because I have to prep food before I leave for work at 1 AM. Or I had to be at work at 1 AM, so I have to leave like half an hour early. I need to prep so I can cook food after we're done here. There we go. Put it on low heat, so it just gets time to heat up a little bit. It's a steel pan, so it takes some time to heat up. Can I see this arc? Nope. So these aren't natural. They form when something obnoxious wanders into my domain. Like what? Let's open it up. We can kill, eat, or throw away whatever's inside. Not what you wanted? It slipped away. Whatever's inside was designed to avoid analysis by beings like me, so we'll have to chase it down. Oh no. What's this? Step closer and you'll find out. Whoa, okay, something changed, but I can't quite put my finger... What the fuck? Trippy, ain't it? I actually prefer this dialogue box. I don't even know what I'm experiencing. This is a rival, a spirit of disorder instead of chaos. Even in this frozen state, he still messes with your reality, just a little bit. No worries about him coming back. I'm the only chaos game in town now. I feel all weird. I'm stepping away now. I can do way worse, but I like you, so I'll leave it at that. Nothing special about this one. It's just a really nice cabinet. Gotta be honest with you, I don't know what the fuck this thing is. Real. Okay, is this a Deathclaw? Oh man, these guys, you're lucky they aren't around anymore. But what if they are? Little naked baby? What is this? A statue for pedophiles? Not that I'm judging, mind. Nah, see the wings? Pedophiles from a winged race? Some religions portray spirits as little babies like that. Representations of innocence, I think. Oh man, I had wings in that era. Not so much the innocence. Feels like you could make some people very, very uncomfortable with that. You're telling me. Anyway, in the Evolen era, they've been representing spirits as hot chicks, so these are just relics of the past. Dude, big improvement. There it is. Try to grab it when the pot opens. Oh, die. No choice but to track it down. Yeah. We'll get there. We're not going to get the fucking thing easily, are we? No, we're getting close. Eventually we'll pin it down. Pin it down and fuck it. Okay, so we got double the Simon, double the fucking. Can I take triple? Nice. We got triple the Simon. And Trin is the big one that remains, right? Ah, these things get me all sentimental. Why, you like blob dicks or something? They're not from around here. Never mind. Oh, I didn't... These types of trees are actually native to the tower. Interestingly enough, mostly useless, but they can drink mana. These aren't ordinary grapes, they're chaos grapes! I'd say nice try, but it wasn't. I'm seriously not fucking with you this time. For a while I experimented with growing plants that are pure chaos elements. Sadly, they don't survive in the real world, so I abandoned the project. Can I try one? Sure, if you'd like the current arrangements of your internal organs to be a temporary suggestion. That was some Seth syntax writing. Oh my god. One more and we'll have the fucking thing. I knew it was gonna end up behind Trin, and you need 3 Simons to deal with it. These continents don't resemble those I know. Is this the world of the past? Nope, got drunk one time and made a weird globe. Can't tell if you're fucking with me. Can you even drink? Sure I can drink. How do you think I piss? Okay, you're definitely fucking with me. No, but seriously, if there's enough power involved, I can absorb the essence of alcohol and get drunk. And when I get drunk, I either fuck people, ruin lives, or make globes. Hey, did you know there's an alternate timeline where everyone is obsessed with wheelbarrows? Requests for wheelbarrows in every city? What the fuck? Never mind. Oh no. I preferred that over the brooms, honestly. Of course there'd be a fucking broom joke in here. Sacrifice stuff? Sacrifice stuff, enough said. What about Jesus Christ? Ah, the dragons. I didn't care all that much about them while they were here, but I miss them now that they're gone. Ulrissa said they got wiped out. Ulrissa goes on about a lot of things. She's boring. She'd be less boring if Simon fucked her out of that wolf outfit. I doubt it's likely, but agreed. So what actually is this thing? Dragon statue? This is actually a roosting point. Used to be in the real world, but they'd stopped by to perch. But there weren't many left, and those remaining were suffering. I turned this last one to stone. Huh. Careful with that. Poke the bubbles and you get crystal spiders. Seriously? No, I only wish these were spider eggs. I kept them to savor the disappointment, and maybe one day I'll create some crystal spiders. What's this? Giant head! Does it mean something? Is it from some ancient culture? Or portray some great leader? Giant head! Fuck yeah! Giant stone heads are great! There's a whole culture that agreed with me. Screw the statue noise, just do heads. Something happened to them? Can't remember, to be honest. I mainly paid attention to the heads. If the succubi were here, they would have done a head joke by now. No! Wrong type of head! Why a Serentian lantern. Oh, I'm a big fan of Serantia. New countries are always way more fascinating than old ones. So were you a big fan of the Incubus Emperor? He certainly made Arkland a more interesting place, but I'm having a better time with these free new nations. Incubus kings tend to flatten everything. Wasteland is fun for a while, but who wants it all the time? I don't know. I'd be happy with a sex hellscape if I was the one on top. Everybody should do Mad Sex Despot at some point in their life, but it actually gets old. Is this some kind of effort to influence me? You think I do that? I don't give a shit. Actually, that's not true. I enjoy people like you, but they tend to break. I'd rather you be around for a good long time. Yeah, keep your distance. Be careful, Trin. Otherwise things get bad. Just some discarded body parts and stuff. Nothing exciting. Gotta say, teaching Simon to clone himself has more than paid for itself. Best time investment ever. Seeing you get spit roasted is pretty hot, not gonna lie. How is this tree casting a shadow in midair? Chaos? Alright, get ready. Looks like you got it. What? What? Oh my god. This might be the best moment in the game. Received a broom. Why this? Nah, I'm fucking with you. Here it is. Fuck. I don't give a shit. Broom blade. Just kidding. Oh my god. I really wanted the broom. I was so much more excited for the broom. At least we got an achievement. Broom blade. Just kidding. Lilith doesn't have brooms. Fine. I guess we can give it to the others. They like this sort of thing. Hester and her slippery reality manipulation. No wonder I didn't even notice until too late. But how did the sword get here? Probably some chosen who got himself killed and the sword drifted into my domain. Well, it's ours now. Yoink! This thing is a special place in my heart. For 1,000 years, a goddess imprisoned me within this jar as a servant. And you liked it? I didn't think you were into the slave thing. I didn't say it was a good place in my heart. Basically, she tried to chain chaos. I was trapped inside the jar, bound to obey anyone who opened the lid, granting them special wishes. Twisting their words around was a bit of fun, though. Huh. I've heard legends like that, so that was all you? Trapping powerful beings so that they can do stuff for you is pretty normal. Anyway, the jar is actually good at containing chaos, so I keep it around for when I want to rest. Until we pursued you all the way here. Yeah, but that's alright. Simon fucked me without trying to control me, and it seems like the harem will be a good time. Certainly glad to have you among all the goody two-shoes. Guess we're done here? Have I missed anything? I don't think so, right? I couldn't interact with the statue. I feel like we're done here. Got the shining sword. Got the diadem. I also think I got an extra Simon. I think I got 3. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're done. Here we are. The chaos that will upend the world. Received black gloves. That's a powerful piece of equipment for you, but nothing truly extraordinary. I can't help but notice they look a little familiar. Gotcha, I lied about the chaotic stuff because I needed your help, but this was all I cared about. This has been a sappy emotional mission all along, fucko. You little shit. Honestly, I don't mind much. Oh my god, it's Meston's gloves. Oh my god, it's Meston's gloves. From the prison. But honestly, I don't mind so much. Meston really shook things up and I liked his compulsive lying. Because he is gone, isn't he? Even though you're him, in a way? Yes, he's essentially gone, in the way mortals mean. Think of waves passing through the water. You can clearly see the wave, but it only exists as a pattern, leaving behind the water as it moves. Eventually the wave disappears, but it spent its entire existence disappearing as it moved. It existed only from a certain point of view. But from that point of view, the wave died. But what? The pattern still exists. You wouldn't be all sentimental if it truly left no trace. I guess you could say that the water remembers what it used to be. So you're saying you really want to get fucked up the ass? Oh, he got that from me. This has been fun, Lilith. I had a feeling you were playing me from the beginning, but it was still entertaining. Hell yeah, I haven't had anyone to play with for a long time. That was really good. I really like that. I like that part more than I like the initial Lilith part with the mimics. I now feel good about clearing all the mimics. Now, normally I do a big roundup here before I have to end, but it's starting to get tough to get food and then also have time to like walk to work without having to stress there. So unfortunately, I'm gonna just hard cut off here after 5.5 hours. And what's it called? I want to say I'll be back tomorrow. I think I'll be back tomorrow. It sort of depends. I think I'll be back tomorrow evening, because I work 1 to 5 a.m. and then I'll sleep really weird hours, and then I'll probably stream when I wake up. We'll see how I feel, but that's the idea. So I'll upload the VOD for this and leave. Please let me go. Kirby, aside from all the bullshit, I really appreciate you watching and talking in chat. It's really nice. You're a really appreciated presence in the stream, and I hope you get some good sleep now. Good night. Bye, nerds.